Hello, Patriot. Doesn't it seem like time is moving faster and faster? Well, it does to me anyway. And just a reminder, tomorrow Judy should be back with her regular update. So the news is coming fast and furious. It's hard to keep up with, but the feeling that I get is we are accelerating towards the climax of this movie. I want to start off this update with a video that I found that is basically an overview of the final phase of the operation. I cannot confirm its accuracy, but I think the overall theme is on point. So, with that said, let's start the show.
Right, let's get right into it. What we're about to cover, this is not a theory. It's not a forecast. We are breaking down the operational blueprint for the final disclosure. This is the fully orchestrated step-by-step delivery of absolute truth. This is the playbook, so listen closely. So first things first, you have to understand the core concept here. It's called the final production. Every event that's about to happen, and to most people it's going to look like complete and utter chaos, is actually part of a meticulously controlled military operation. Nothing is random. It is all a grand production with one single goal: to wake up humanity. And this right here, this is the headline for the entire show. A total white hat / GAA production. Now, we'll get into exactly what those terms mean in a second, but the main takeaway is this. What looks like the world falling apart is actually a strategic military-grade takedown of the old parasite system. And get this, that system is already gone. We're just watching the final scenes of the movie play out. So who exactly is running this thing? Who are the producers? Well, these are the key players, the white hats. And we're not just talking about some political insiders here. No, they're described as this dedicated force of both human and, yes, ET souls who have incarnated on Earth over and over again specifically for this mission. They're the boots on the ground working hand in glove with the Global Galactic Alliance and Space Force to execute this final phase. So what's the end game? What's the whole point? It's all very, very delicate balancing act. The whole operation is designed to be just shocking enough to jolt the masses awake, to finally shatter that collective trance, and to completely dismantle the old parasite infrastructure. But, and this is absolutely crucial, it's designed to do all of this in a controlled way, to pull us back from the brink of a total, uncontrolled societal collapse. Think of it as a controlled demolition, not a freefall. Okay, so how do you get the undivided attention of billions of people who have been programmed their whole lives to ignore the truth? That's where this next part comes in. The 4 scare events. The plan requires a sequence of really dramatic, staged events. They're designed to be so unbelievable that they just completely override the mainstream narrative, capture everyone's attention, and force the world to question everything they thought was real. And here they are, the 4 major acts in this global play. We're talking about a worldwide communications blackout, followed by a simulated world war, then a totally mind-bending fake alien invasion, and finally symbolic energy strikes against the world's most infamous seats of power. Each one is a calculated move, designed to crank up the pressure on the collective until it finally breaks free. Let's break each one down. First up, the comms blackout. This is what creates the initial shock and silence. It forces everyone to look up from their phones. The plan is to sever the main undersea fiber optic cables, which will effectively just turn off the internet and global communications. Instantly, the old media guard will start pushing a fake story, pointing fingers at some enemy to stir up as much fear as possible. Right after the blackout, we move into the next phase, World War III theater. And the keyword here really is theater. This is not a real war. The plan calls for very limited surgical missile strikes on sites that have already been cleared out, empty buildings, symbolic locations. But the media, they're going to amplify it to make it look like we're on the edge of nuclear Armageddon. The whole point of this performance is to push the global fear level to its absolute maximum. Then, right at the peak of all that manufactured fear, they pull out the showstopper, the fake alien invasion. You may have heard this called Project Bluebeam. It's basically using advanced holographic tech, our own tech, repurposed to create these huge, totally believable illusions. The skies will literally fill with holographic fleets. Can you even imagine? The shockwave from that alone is designed to just shatter any last remaining piece of what we thought was a normal reality. And the final act of these scare events? Symbolic energy strikes. The plan says that direct energy weapons operated by the Alliance will hit 34 very specific buildings around the world. These are places that are seen as the symbolic anchors of the old power structure. We're talking the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House. Within this operation, these places are considered satanic strongholds, and taking them down is a very public, very symbolic end of the old guard. So after this series of escalating, engineered chaos, the whole plan shifts gears. The scare events are meant to create this global pause, this moment where the entire world is just in shock and finally ready to hear something new. And that brings us to Section 3, the lockdown window, a period specifically for mass revelation. Now, it is so important to understand what this lockdown is and what it isn't. This is nothing like the health-related lockdowns we've seen before. No, this is a military-led stabilization effort. It's designed specifically to protect civilians and maintain order, to create a safe and calm environment for everyone to process the information that's about to be released. It's for protection, not control. So, during this 3 to 10 day lockdown, the Emergency Broadcast System, or EBS, is going to be activated globally. It's going to take over every single TV, radio, and online channel, and for 72 hours, or maybe even longer, it's going to broadcast a series of pre-made, high-def documentaries, and these will contain irrefutable proof of everything that's been hidden, the election fraud. The whole purpose of the EBS is crystal clear, and this quote says it all. The goal is to deliver names, faces, and evidence so undeniable that it shatters the false reality of the sleepers in one single decisive blow. After this, there will be no going back. There will be no room left for doubt. You might be thinking, okay, but with these kinds of world-shattering truths being beamed into every home, how do you stop society from just completely flying apart? It's a natural question. And that brings us to our 4th section, securing the realm. This part of the plan is all about the logistics of keeping order. This slide shows a huge shift in public authority. According to the plan, all the existing police forces around the world will be officially stood down. They're out. In their place, the Earth Alliance military will become a visible presence on the streets. But here's the key difference. Their job isn't law enforcement. It's civilian protection during this transition. And let's be perfectly clear on this point. The plan is adamant. This is not oppressive martial law. Not even close. It's described as a temporary protective measure, purely to provide a secure and stable environment. The entire goal is to let people safely absorb the bombshells from the EBS broadcasts without society falling into widespread chaos and violence. And this quote right here is the ultimate reassurance. It confirms that the real battle, it's already been won. The old parasite network has been gone for years. What we are all about to witness is simply the final act of a scripted disclosure. It is not a last-ditch power grab. It's a victory lap. So we've walked through the whole global plan, from the scare events to the lockdown to the truth broadcasts. But that brings us to the final and honestly the most important part of this whole thing, your role. This is where the plan becomes personal. This is where you become a key player on the board. And so this slide asks the most important question for anyone who's hearing this. When the world is in shock, when that AI scaffolding, the automated social and media programs that run the old reality, when all of that starts to crumble, what are you supposed to do? What's your job? And here it is. This is your mission directive. Your role isn't to argue. It's not to try and preach into the noise. Your job is to be a lighthouse, a point of stability, calmly holding your ground, being that beacon of calm and clarity for everyone around you who will be totally lost in the storm as their entire world shatters. So, this is your final instruction, and it's the most powerful part of the entire plan. When the time comes, the most impactful thing you can possibly do is just stay calm. Anchor that frequency of truth. Be the lighthouse for your family, your friends, your community. This was the plan all along, and now you know your part to play.
We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard.
Yes.
We've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Brent Woods, and we had one in 71.
Mm-hmm. Good
so
point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. So there's a lot of things to get sorted here, and it's going to really bring some things to a head. Now, Trump posted this week an interesting image, and it's a video from 1929. And I know a lot of people just looked at the video and thought, what does that mean? And if you see the video, you see people walking down the streets of New York, and they're all in their suits and dresses, and they're well just dressed, going about their business like everything is great. But if you remember, 1929 is when the market crashed, right? And we went into the Great Depression.
Sure. Yes.
And towards the end of the video, it shows them all lining up like they're getting into a soup line. Okay?
Yep.
He's giving you information.
Signal. Yep.
When he says this. These are the signals. And even right now, it looks like everything's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Let's not look at 38 trillion of debt. Let's not look at the bond crisis going on across America. There's billions and billions of bonds that can't be repaid. Let's not look at any of that. Everything's just fine. Wake up. We got to wake up.
Absolutely.
Because these things don't just evaporate. They don't just go away. The bond crisis is fascinating. What you've had is counties across the entire nation raising the valuation on homes, thereby raising the property taxes in each of those counties. And based upon the raising property taxes, they could take out additional bonds, which is debt, for the school, claiming it's for the school system. But if the question I have is this, and no one's been able to answer it. If the property taxes are being paid to fund the schools, why are the schools borrowing money against that tax income stream?
Yeah.
And who's getting the money? Where did it go? You see?
Yes.
There's a whole lot, and we've just started this whole fraud thing. You know, we had the vice president that was just appointed as the fraud czar, which I think he wears the title with great pride. And we had the acting attorney general come out and talk about the launch of a special fraud unit that's going to be looking into this. And he's assigning 93 prosecutors in every district.
Wow.
Every district is getting 93 prosecutors to go after fraud. And they have 8,000 pending matters currently.
Oh, man.
So this is we're just barely getting started, right? With uncovering the fraud. It's kind of like the tip of the iceberg moment here. So it's very fascinating as we look at all these things going on. Whenever you get to the age of particularly a debt-based system like we have, where you cannot create an additional dollar in the Federal Reserve System without creating a corresponding debt that relates to that. And then what the Federal Reserve does is then they charge interest to repay that debt. But there's a qualification in there. The debt and the interest has to be repaid in the same money that it was borrowed in.
Yes.
So you can't use other assets. You can't use gold. You can't use silver. You can't use anything else. So if the government borrows $100 and has to pay back, say, $105, where does it get the extra $5 of currency? Well, it has to go borrow it again, right, in order to pay the $105 back. So what you have is you have the system that just elevates in debt levels, and unless there's a reset, the whole thing comes crumbling down. We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went off the gold standard, we've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Good point.
That's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. It all has to be taken care of. So people should be paying attention when the president puts out a message that's a video from 1929, showing the people all walking down the street like everything's happy and normal. Even in the beginning, when it first starts kind of crumbling, you still think, well, it'll be okay. It'll be all right. until you're standing in the soup line, right?
Yep.
Or the
I
bread
hear you.
line, because
Yep.
you don't even have food. This is a message for everybody to be prepared. You know, for years, and I know you've said this, John, I've heard you on your programs, have food, have water, have basic necessities stockpiled, you know,
Pray,
be
plan,
a
and
prepper
prepare.
a little bit. Yeah, exactly. And why? Because you don't shift financial systems,
Without a
and we're
hiccup.
moving to something new, but you don't do that without turbulence.
Absolutely.
It's always going to be bumpy to some degree. It's not going to be perfectly smooth. Now, I think they're trying to make it as smooth as can be with conditions, okay? But it's still going to be difficult. The Trump administration has done everything they can over the last year to really juice our economy, bring in trillions of investment from overseas, do all these things to really try to put some heat, some fire behind this economy.
Mhm.
Why? Because that allows you to recover faster from the flip. Doesn't mean that it's not bumpy, but you can get through it much more quickly if you've got a raging economy going in the background. So I think that we're going to see that going forward as we get to this point of switch. Now, on the 26th of March, the Treasury put out a message on their website saying that on the 4th of July, that there would be new currency, that it would feature Donald Trump's signature and Scott Bessent's signature,
Mhm.
and that the $100 bill could potentially come as early as June. Okay.
Wow.
If you read through the entirety of the statement that they made,
I read it.
they talked
Yep.
about the U.S. dollar, the U.S. economy, and the U.S. financial system, but nowhere in that document were the words Federal Reserve. Nowhere.
Finally.
So this is fascinating what we're watching, and we get a new Fed chairman on the 15th of May
Central
when
casting.
Kevin Warsh is going to step in. Yeah.
We
From David Nino Rodriguez on Telegram, FBI Director Kash Patel just confirmed that they are folding the stolen election into the entire grand conspiracy case. Promises that arrests are coming very soon. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the DOJ under AG Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise, it's coming soon. Maria Bartiromo then followed up and asked if the FBI has evidence of the rigged and stolen election, to which Kash responded, yes. So what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim of the stolen election, but I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two. Notice he specifically said our entire conspiracy case. Seems like we are definitely getting close. This is from White Hats on Telegram. Iran nuclear operation, USA, Delta Force, World War III. Let's just say, behind the scenes, White Hats have already initiated covert Delta Force operations deep inside Iran nuclear facilities that the mainstream media will never show you. These operations have been running silently for the past 18 months. What you are watching on the surface is staged 6 levels below what CNN and Fox will ever tell you. Iran thought they had the upper hand. They were wrong. White Hat military intelligence had already mapped every single underground nuclear facility, every tunnel, every scientist, every handler. Why do you think Trump put specific people in specific positions? The deep state cabal needed World War III to happen. They needed the distraction. They needed the chaos to cover the Epstein files, the arrest, the exposure. But here's what they didn't count on. Delta Force operating with the United States Space Force and superintelligence technology that can see through walls, underground, through time and space. The same technology Tesla discovered. The same technology Trump's uncle John Trump studied and the military has been using in classified operations since the 1940s. The World War III narrative is controlled demolition of the deep state agenda. What looks like war is the operation. Iran leadership is currently in panic mode. Certain generals have already been flipped. White hats inside Iran military are communicating. Nothing can stop what is coming. The nuclear threat is being dismantled from the inside out. While the media sells you fear, you're watching sixth generation warfare in real time. Most people will never understand they are inside the operation. Somewhere, Trump, Cash, Ezra are watching every move. The clock is ticking. It had to be this way. Military is the only way. White hats Q on Telegram.
I'm very upbeat, guys. I am very upbeat. I am hopeful and praying that the news that we're hearing is accurate. And I'll start right there. Number of bond contacts have been keeping me somewhat abreast of their meetings throughout the week. They're saying ecstatic. Some of the groups that had not heard anything have had some ecstatic. I just hope they're right. Rumors running around there from a few of my bond contacts. Now, what's going to be real, what's going to be not, we'll find out next week. I know we're tired of hearing next week. But they're reporting that a couple of them, the paymaster, the attorneys handling the bond redemption for some of the groups, have been funded and they're allowed to distribute next week. That's the rumor. I'm going to treat it as total rumor until somebody I personally know at a real shake their hand, have sat over dinner with them and eaten, friends that have their bond money from their paymasters or their attorneys and group attorneys in their account spendable. That's when I'm going to lose it and come out and do a really fun podcast. Is that the rumor? The rumors are just running nuts from the bond side right now that money in accounts for the leaders of the groups with supposedly very specific instructions on that distribution next week.
EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, on Telegram. And they have a date for what they think is the date of the emergency broadcast system. Whenever you see a date, remember, this is an event-driven war. We cannot ever really know the dates. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. Now, that's part of NESARA. You can see to the right, I highlighted that part. Establishes new presidential and congressional elections. So all the House and then Senate people will get new elections within 120 days after NESARA's announcement. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. Hopefully we don't lose power, especially when we're coming up on summer and it's getting warmer. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Well, don't count on that. Just remember to stock your pantry and, get necessities, medications. Just keep things on hand that you think you might need. Okay, so here is John Michael Chambers with Ricardo Bossi, and they are talking about the big event that might possibly trigger the EBS to go off, martial law, 10 days of darkness, and how to prepare for that.
The big crash is closer than you may think. Trump will be universally blamed. Financial systems will implode. People will lose money. Corporations will go out of business. Certain cities, as Juan O'Savin has indicated, due to the bond debacle, will collapse. And some people may not get paid in pensions and perhaps other things. Stocks, investments, and pensions may be wiped out, varying degrees. Living standards for a period of time may plummet. Supply infrastructure will break down. Digital IDs, CBCs, UBI, and rationing will be implemented shortly after a brutal period of inactivity. Now, there's some potential bad that I just laid out. We're going to go into potential good that follows that. But I'd like you to weigh in on what I just commented upon, especially coming off the heels of a 1929 clear comp from President Trump by publishing that. That coupled with what I just said, what's your feedback on those subjects?
Yeah, that's an interesting summary that you've put into the bad category. I can actually identify most of that as pretty good. And people look at me and go, "You heartless bastard." No, not at all. Point number one, we've been telling people for years, prepare. And preparation is it's just insurance. You know, am I concerned if my car's damaged or written off in an accident? No, why? Because it's insured. If it wasn't insured, I'd be driving like a turtle to ensure safety. But I can live my life because, you know, the car's insured. As a metaphor, so to speak, right? Okay, so if you're prepared, now this comes down to self-reliance. Whose job is it to make sure that you've got money in the bank or you've got wealth? Yours. Whose job is it to have food in the pantry? Yours. Whose job is it to keep you healthy? Yours. But unfortunately, the whole world on this simple concept of self-reliance is let's trust government. Government will provide everything. No, just no. Now, let's get to somewhere that's really going to hurt people and say, well, how can you say that? Well, how about this? Your stocks and bonds will be worth nothing. That's not fair. That's my money. I worked for it. I invested it. Okay. Let's say that the underlying business model that has provided you a very comfortable return on your investment over many years and shipping it overseas. And that's the business model that has pumped up your portfolio. I think there's a term called proceeds of crime. You don't get to keep it. So if your stock portfolio is predicated on a bunch of companies controlled by BlackRock, etc., and their corrupt practices produce proceeds of crime, then that money ain't yours anyway. It's corrupted money. It's blood money. So if it disappears, tough. Take it up with your corporation. Don't take it up with the sheriff that cleaned out the town, that cleaned out the crooked mine owner, the crooked brothel owner, the crooked pub owner. No. So you will lose money because guess what? It's proceeds of crime. Another example, the Masonic filth that runs most of the planet, certainly runs all of Australia. These people have houses and wealth and beyond your imagination. They're going to lose it all. They will lose it all. Proceeds of crime. Very simple. Oh, but you can't do that. Yeah, you can. Yes, you bloody can. And that's what's going to happen. And on top of that, excuse me, so pick a high-ranking member of the judiciary who's on the bench, can't be challenged. Well, guess what, mate? Every cent you've earned proceeds of crime. So you, your bride, and your children will be going down to the local social security office or whatever you call it in your country, and you'll be drawing a stipend like everybody else because your properties are now gone. Now, what happens when all these properties come on the market? The price of the local housing is going to drop like a stone. Now, the overpriced ones, and we've been saying this for years, nothing new. The hopelessly overpriced properties, because that's the way they do it. They pump up the prices so they can claim whatever they can claim on it. They'll drop simply because the real value will now be paramount. The housing prices that are not overly inflated, they won't drop by much. They'll hold their value. It's just the inflated prices of real estate, for example, that will crash. Are people going to be out of food? Yep. We've been warning people about that too. For goodness sake, what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, and we've said this for years, and on the Green Room, my weekly show to the A1 people in Australia, we'll put up a little slide that says, here's how you prepare. This is the stuff you need in your cupboard. You need this, that, and the other. Put it in there, and we put it up. Do that. And then we also add, for goodness sake, put some aside for your idiot neighbour who isn't ready, and he comes to your door holding his 3 kids in his hand saying, do you have some milk so I can feed my family? So, of course, have some for them as well to look after your immediate neighbourhood. Now, it is, and we also say this, it is not your job to save the country. You don't have to empty your pantry and give everything to the idiot next door. No. You'll just give him what you can afford to give him because you've got to look after your family. And here's again what we've been saying, and I don't mean to harp on this, but it's the story of Nehemiah out of the Bible. The Persians threw out the Babylonians. The Babylonian exile is finished. The walls surrounding Jerusalem had been destroyed, and the walls in the old days protected the city. Without walls, the cities were vulnerable. The walls had been destroyed for decades. And Nehemiah, who was I think a cupbearer, whatever that means, for Artaxerxes, I think if my memory, I think it's Artaxerxes. He went to Artaxerxes and said, I think God's telling me I've got to go repairs the walls to Jerusalem. So he gave him the resources to go in. Nehemiah had a look at Jerusalem, wandered around at night in secret to check the walls out. And then he saw the state of affairs, because they were under threat of attack all the time. He gathered everyone together and said, repair the wall, the city wall, that is immediately in front or beside your house. That's all you have to worry about. Because every man knows that he will build a wall for his children that is impenetrable. And if you're building a wall for somebody else, eventually you're going to be tired and go, oh, yeah, okay. Look, how about you look after your family? I'll look after mine. And that was a theory. So I think it was 52 days, because every family was looking after the wall in front of or in adjacent to their own home. Jerusalem had the walls back up again and could protect themselves against their adversaries. And as they repaired the walls, they had a shovel in one hand and their weapon in the other, because they were under attack. So these were tough times. So the same principle operates here and now. Look after yourself, look after those either side of you, but that's about it, because some Masonic piece of filth hasn't got enough milk in his fridge. That's his problem to solve. Now, I don't mean to sound brutal, but I'm going to tell you, it's going to be very easy to say no to any neighbours that come to me and say, can you give us some stuff? No, not happening. Not happening. We'll give you a little bit, but we've got enough for our family. Now, how long is it going to last? Is it going to last? Is it going to happen? Yes, it will. But this is a good thing, because the entire edifice of our economy is corrupted. There is nothing about the global economy that is the least bit laudable. Nothing. Above a certain level. And this applies in your town, in your state, in your country, and around the world. Above a certain level, you will not be allowed to succeed unless you sell your soul. And I mean that literally, not metaphorically. You can run the local corner store and have a comfortable living, but if you try to franchise that and get it out there and make a gazillion bucks, very quickly you'll meet the people who really run the economy. It is all proceeds of crime. The entire edifice must come down. It must crash. It will hurt. That's I'm not saying that with any sense of joy. It's just a necessity. It is just a necessity. Mm-hmm. There will be pain. Nobody, me and John included, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to come out of this and go, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. We didn't see it all coming. All of us are going to get hurt one way or another. And it might be a physical shock, like you've lost your years of investment, or just the moral wound of the depravity of the people when some of the truly gruesome stuff comes out, and you're nearly sick to your stomach that people could do that to other people. And so in terms of just the depression and the food queues and the rest of it, yeah, buckle up. Buckle up. We've said it again and again and again and again. And if you didn't hear it, well, I'm sorry. But we have shouted this from the rooftops for a long time. A1's been specifically working very hard on this everywhere we go. You can only do your best. And when it all comes down, you're going to pay the price for not paying attention.
Here is another post from Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. And it says, important update confirmed. NESARA announcement is imminent. Now, I don't think NESARA will be announced until after the EBS. Until after all the stuff comes out. That's just my opinion. This is an event-driven war, and that makes sense to me. As far as events, one thing has to preclude another. So I think we have to have the lockdown, and people need to be shown the evidence and the TV documentaries and everything first, and then NESARA announced officially, and all the other things that come after that. This marks the official start of the new system and the end of the old world structure. EBS will follow globally, all screens, all channels, one broadcast. Full disclosure will be shown in sequenced documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. During this period, truth will be delivered without interruption. QFS is already active in the background. Global trust funds are seized. Cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. This is the final transition stage. The old market structure cannot survive what comes next. Stay calm, stay alert. Everything is about to change. April 17th, John. 19 Amish families walked into my wife's bank and withdrew every dollar they had in cash without saying a word. She's been a teller for 23 years and had never seen anything like it. But this didn't start that day. It started about 6 months ago. The Amish in our area began acting differently. Stopped selling firewood, started buying large amounts of building materials, closed schools early, stopped selling goods to outsiders, quietly pulled back from the outside world. Important, Amish communities don't usually coordinate like this. Each family makes its own decisions, but this time they were all moving in the same direction, quietly without panic. The next day, I went to my neighbor, Jacob Byler, for the first time in 8 years. He opened up. He told me that 6 months ago, their bishop received a package from a man in Montana. Inside was a detailed manual about living without electricity, without the system, completely self-reliant. The man had lived like that for 10 years and documented everything. He believed most people wouldn't believe what's coming. Those not dependent on the system will make it through, and that the Amish should share this knowledge while there's still time. The bishop shared it with every family one by one over 4 months. That's why they changed everything and why they pulled their money out of the banks. Jacob gave me a shorter version, a video from the same man. My wife and I watched it. The next morning, we withdrew all our money, started preparing immediately. I scrapped my $4,200 generator. It wouldn't actually help. I realized even our stored food wasn't practical. My kids think I've lost my mind, but I've never been more certain. When an entire Amish community, people who don't panic, don't rush, and don't follow trends, quietly takes action like this, something serious is happening. And there's a passage from Proverbs 27:12. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Interesting story. Never thought about what the Amish are up to. And they have their own way of finding out things. So personally, I don't think it's going to be that bad because I have a lot of faith that the White Hats have done as much as they can to prepare for the reset. But it's always good to be over-prepared. This is from a Telegram channel called Tribunals and Executions, and it's from today, April 18th. Former IRS Special Agent Joseph Bannister explains why he hasn't paid taxes since 1998, alleging that the IRS has been engaged in fraud for decades and needs to be investigated. So many of us are starting to learn that the income tax is unconstitutional. And as part of NISARA, we should see some changes. And we've heard that Trump is suggesting there won't be any more income taxes. And I really believe that. So that's good news. But here is the video clip of this IRS special agent, Joseph Bannister.
You went to trial. You won that trial. Are you worried you'll be prosecuted again?
No, actually, there were 2 criminal investigations against me over the years. One from 2001 to 2004, and then another one in 2010. And all the while, not filing a tax return, and not out of some sense of civil disobedience. Of course, my investigation indicated that I didn't have a filing requirement. I confronted my IRS supervisors about the evidence that I gathered. And they told me to hit the road, to leave and not discuss any of my questions. So all these years I've had to go with what I knew to be true as a certified public accountant and for my own life. And the fact is the same fact pattern would fit with most Americans, although I don't, tell people what to do. But for myself, since I was a link in the chain of putting people in prison over the income tax, I felt that I had to, absolutely speak up about it. The IRS didn't want to talk about it. And so that's basically how the last 26 years have gone for me.
You don't have to identify them, but I'm curious. I mean, when you are in a work setting, you have coworkers, you have colleagues, you often make friends with people that you're around in an office environment. Do you ever still communicate with people who work at the IRS? And if so, what are those communications like?
They don't really understand the issue. They either dodge it or they just have no clue that it's even going on. They just want to speak, IRS speak. And so I have to, I remember how to speak that way. So I basically have to just, deal with people that don't realize what they're doing is illegal. The IRS has to literally lie to their own computer systems to achieve assessments. I've coined the term the 1040A scam. And I certainly wish, Congressman, you were still in Congress, or you still can get into the Attorney General's chair, because you would absolutely find computer fraud that the IRS is engaged in on a daily basis for decades. And it needs to be investigated and prosecuted. It's absolutely illegal. And that's why I didn't want to go along with it any longer.
Trump ends tax on Social Security. America's seniors finally keep what they earned. There should never have been tax on Social Security. I mean, you can't, it's like double taxation. Eventually, I think we're going to have no income tax, period. So we'll see what happens. And it is part of NESARA, so. Okay, this is a post from Bioclandestine on Telegram, and it's regarding Iran and also uranium, that the uranium dust, that nuclear dust that they are collecting. So he says Trump's blockade worked. Iran felt the squeeze, wisely surrendered, agreed to help Trump, U.S. military demine, and to not sabotage the Strait of Hormuz. Then Trump told Israel they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. Now, I think they might be still bombing Lebanon. I don't know. They're crazy. Stock markets surging, oil prices falling. Turns out Trump knew exactly what he was doing, and every single anti-Trump narrative just went up in flames. Are you not entertained? And he says, take notice of who is quiet right now. Go look at the pages of Alex Jones, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Megyn Kelly, Mike Flynn. The rest of the loudmouth traders, what do you notice? Most of them haven't even posted, and all of them are silent about the news. Trump not only secured the Strait of Hormuz, he told Israel to stand down and that they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. The whole Trump is owned by the Jews narrative just went up in flames. This is a psyop to pull a lot of the Democrats to a new party. And because there's not going to be, their party isn't going to exist anymore. And eventually it'll be, there won't be parties. But again, this is a psyop to steer people in the right direction and get them off of the whole socialist, TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and give them a place to go. The Dems now find themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. Gas prices are going down. The stock market is recovering. Global energy trade now runs through the U.S., and Trump is going to get all the credit. Positive optics heading into the midterms. And there was no forever war, and Trump proved that he is a far superior commander-in-chief than any of his predecessors. Trump proved he's not like the corrupt presidents of the past. And that's because he was handpicked by the White Hats. And, again, this is an operation, military operation. And a lot of what Trump does is scripted out, I believe. Trump proved that he knows what he's doing, and all the critics have no leg to stand on. Now the Dems are staring down the barrel. Trump is headed into the midterms with a full head of steam, and anti-Trump narratives busted. Maximum positive optics, public support, combined with his promise to secure elections with voter ID, the Dems are in trouble. And again, going back to NESARA in there it says that elections have to be secure. So this is something that has to happen. And regarding the nuclear dust, here's the post from President Trump. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel hopefully will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. I don't trust that they won't do that. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. So, regarding uranium, everyone has been asking what Iran has to do with draining the swamp and holding deep state U.S. politicians accountable. What if the single most damning piece of evidence against the deep state Obama administration was sitting underneath the rubble at Fordo? The uranium. And here's a reminder, through nuclear forensics, radioactive material can be traced to its origin, down to the exact site it was mined from, meaning that once Trump gets his hands on the uranium, he would be able to determine exactly who supplied Iran with uranium. Could be important. Remember the whole Uranium One scandal. And there was a whole operation with Hillary and, the 16-year plan. She was going to, they sold the uranium, I think illegally, to Russia. And then they were going to, I think they took some of it and they kept it, and they were going to blow up a U.S. city and blame it on Russia because they were going to trace the uranium back to Russia from that sale. That did not happen. But maybe some of it went to Iran. Maybe there was a secondary plan. So if we can get that nuclear dust and it can be traced forensically back to the Obama administration and the sale of Uranium One, possibly with Hillary, well, that's very traitorous. And that's just a piece of the evidence that shows this giant RICO case, collusion, conspiracy that's not a theory, it's real, to take over this country from within, to bring about a nuclear war. That's what they wanted, and that's why they built all those tunnels and bunkers and everything underground. But the White Hats, when Trump was elected in 2016, that put a stop to their plan. Edward Snowden on Telegram exposed $127 billion in gold discovered inside Iran vaults. Documents show Obama and Clinton moved it there through Swiss and Chinese banks. Explosive documents reveal $127 billion in gold reserves hidden in hardened underground vaults beneath Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Mashhad in Iran. This hoard never belonged to the Iranian regime. Globalist operators moved it there. From 2009 to 2016 under Barack Obama, Swiss banks served as main transit hubs while Chinese institutions completed the legs. Shell companies like those in Clinton Foundation operations provided the cover. The timeline confirms the plot. Obama took office in 2009 and flows accelerated. By 2010, Iran shifted to physical gold. Volume exploded from 2012 to 2015 during JCPOA talks. Officially, the administration claimed to isolate Iran. Privately, the networks routed hundreds of tons through Zurich and Chinese desks into IRGC facilities. Vaults sit next to nuclear and missile sites. Isfahan combines uranium plants with gold storage. The chambers are deep underground, resistant to strikes and EMPs, guarded by Quds Force. Hidden reserves give the mullahs power beyond official figures. At April 2026, gold prices near $4,800 per ounce. This reflects the Obama-era transfers. The gold funds proxies and programs, terrorist programs, without traceable revenue. Clinton's Swiss links are clear, with intermediaries tied to foundation donors. Chinese banks integrated it to challenge dollar dominance. This was a globalist plan to weaken America, creating deniable war chests in enemy states. President Trump saw the threat in his first term, applying maximum pressure, returning in 2025 and escalating in 2026. The gold-backed Iranian defiance February strikes left deep vaults untouched with reinforcements ongoing. The pattern mirrors moves empowering Russia and China. Obama officials enabled the transfers. The horde finances Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis attacking U.S. interests in 2025 and 2026. American families bear higher costs and service member sacrifices. The Trump team targets the chain with sanctions and intelligence for neutralization. This $127 billion fortress proves the 2009 to 2016 8-year betrayal, advancing a borderless order. President Trump directs full exposure. The gold will no longer fund wars against America, but end the networks. The battle for these chambers decides globalist betrayal or American strength. Trump ensures victory. In my opinion, I think that's why we have a lot of troops over there and more coming, because there's a lot to clean up. I think maybe transferring that gold or clearing out tunnels underground, child trafficking, and not just in Iran. I mean, those tunnels go to Israel and places like that.
All right. Schumann resonance. A couple nights ago, spiked massively. All right. And the next day, there were earthquakes, and we felt them here. Right. The house wasn't shaking, and we weren't making it shake. Earthquakes were making it shake. So I called out once I saw the, if you see that flower arrangement that's a little bit old now. So that flower arrangement was going, and I could see the ceiling doing this. And I got up out of my chair and it's like, Tracy, time to get out. And she was like, up. Before I could make it into the living room, she was already up from downstairs, and she was ready to go, and then it stopped. So that was a good thing. But it was pretty significant. We're seeing an uptick. We're seeing earthquake swarms like we saw yesterday in an area of Nevada, and I'm going to show you some of that. We're going to have some of the stuff on that is basically going to, we have to be aware of this stuff. Have to be heads up. I've been predicting this stuff is going to really kick in this year. Hopefully not, but it's better to be aware and ready than just blow it off and think that everything's going to just be fine, right? Schumann resonance, like you see here, that's incredible. So normally it's up around here. It spiked massively on the 13th or the 12th. I think it was the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. And the next day, the 13th, which is yesterday, that's when we had the rock and roll, right? So definitely something we need to be aware of right now. Now, I'm going to show you a picture. Tracy took this before the earthquake, and we had a big snow here. We're making up for all of the snow that we didn't get. So we're getting, mid-March, because it can happen here. I've seen it, snow here in May. I've seen it snow here in June. But a good thing, we're getting much needed snow. And as you guys can see out the window, there's still a lot of it. So look at these icicles that Tracy. So this is on the second floor. Now all of those ice, I have a picture of it, but I don't have it loaded. But all of those icicles, when it started shaking, they came rocking down. All right, crazy times. You need to be heads up. Like I said, been saying this for all this year, and I saw a vision of this home shaking pretty substantially. Was that it? I don't know, but I hope that was it. But these are going to be times where you need to have a plan. And my plan is to try and get out to the garage and open the garage door before it gets locked from all the shaking and the power going out. And we have lots of stuff up there for survival, water and survival food and all that kind of stuff. So I just pile it in and just Earth-centric relationship. And every time we get this, we usually have an uptick in earthquake activity. So that big coronal hole that's caused earthquakes in the past, so it rotates around, then we get a little break, and it comes back again, and then we get a significant uptick in earthquakes. We're already getting an uptick in earthquakes, and there's a very great possibility that the juice from that is really going to make things get funky, right? So just be heads up. We just saw some serious activity here. I've been living on and off in this area for a long time, and I've never seen any earthquakes of that magnitude here. So, like I've said, things are going to start to uptick this year, right?
Possible timing. This is from Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. Tomorrow on Julian calendar Easter, so that's not this calendar, the Julian calendar, the Vatican child trafficking empire will be broadcast live on the EBS for the entire world to see. White Hat Alliance confirms the full uncensored raids on the Ninth Circle satanic cult beneath the Vatican will air globally. You will see the tunnels, you will see the altars, you will see the children being rescued in real time. No regular media, only 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages exposing the Vatican. So I'm guessing this might be part of the 8-hour documentaries of disclosure to see that raid. And then from the Emergency Broadcast System again on Telegram, the Emergency Broadcast System EBS will begin on April 24th, possibly. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. We will receive the 7 presidential messages, the 7 trumpets on phones, mass arrests, martial law will be declared. So that's what we're looking for, is when Donald Trump posts, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. This post is from Captain Kyle Patriots on Telegram. Quantum financial system and how it's being set up before our eyes. Check this video out as he goes into depth showing you. This is something Captain has been explaining for a very long time through his podcasts and Truck Talks. It's really amazing to watch all of it play out and how Captain had that foresight so long ago. This man did an excellent job in this video showing y'all the debt clock and what's taking place behind the scenes. So here we go.
The U.S. debt clock just updated and it is showing something very different. It is now reflecting the USA Treasury reserves and refund per taxpayer over $80,000. And as you can see, it is counting up in real time. And if you hover over, let's just say the USA Treasury reserves, it'll actually give you a description of what it actually means. This is information that is running in real time, and they're pulling the information from the USA Treasury. So let me break it down for you super simple of what it means. The USA Treasury reserves is basically saying if you add up all the real stuff that America owns, let's just say like land, gold, buildings, and resources, we're going to get that figure. That is the total value. Think of it like a gigantic piggy bank for the country. And if you hover over refund per taxpayer, you'll get the forfeited asset proceeds from the criminal money laundering and racketeering activities of the Federal Reserve banking syndicate. Over $83,000. That is wild. Refunds per taxpayer means if we were to split up that value. That is how much each taxpayer would get. Now, that doesn't mean that they're just going to be sending out checks tomorrow. This right here is a calculation. It is a reflection, a model. But what it does show in real time behind all of that debt is that there is actual value. And then it gets crazier. Income tax crossed out. Corporate taxes crossed out. Counting in real time a DeFi bankless future and a income tax-free future. Then it shows all of this hidden wealth, right? All of this gold, land, real estate, energy, all totaling up over $200 trillion in assets that are being tracked. Right now, the system runs on debt. Money is created and you pay it back with interest. What it is showing is a mirror, a reflection, a system backed by real stuff. Not debt, but ownership. On one side, you got the current system with high interest, taxes, debt, and it stays forever. On the other side, we have low interest, no income, and ownership by we, the people. Then it starts hinting at something even bigger. A shift away from the Federal Reserve System over and back to the U.S. Treasury. A new USA Treasury dollar, a dollar that is not backed by debt. It is actually backed by real world assets. Transparent, verifiable, and tied to actual value. Now here's the part that many people are missing because they think it's going to be going through the big banks when that's not going to be the case at all. It's actually going to be going through the credit unions. Think of credit unions like small community banks that is owned by you, not big, gigantic for-profit corporations. So instead of the profits going to a big bank establishment that has shareholders, it's actually going to go back to we, the people. It is like a blueprint, a shift from debt to assets, control to ownership, banks to the people. And this kind of system can only work with a new infrastructure, a compliant and regulated blockchain system that connects the banks and the credit unions. Put it in the comments if you know what blockchain system I'm talking about. Now, if you want to see the blueprints for yourself, make sure you go over to the usdebtclock.org, click on the secret window tab, and download the free book, The New Money Revolution. After you have read it, then come back and tell me, do you believe that this is real or are they trying to tell us something even deeper? But this is why it is so important to know what you hold. Let's go.
From Captain Kyle Patriots. Just in, U.S. to launch tariff refund system on 4/20. Per Reuters. President Trump will be giving back refunds out of the tariffs, will be giving a nice dividend to the people, will be reducing debt, and in the not too distant future, you will not have income tax to pay. So, of course, we can't follow dates because we know this is an event-driven war, but we know we're close. We're in the window. We have to be because we have a celebration coming up, and that's going to be the July 4th. And it's looking like some kind of World's Fair or something. Let me show you what they have planned for us. This is from Captain Kyle Patriots on Telegram. First Look Freedom 250 presents the Great American State Fair. All 56 states and territories, one massive World's Fair scale takeover. June 25th to July 10th, 2026. America's biggest celebration of freedom. Don't miss it. And here is a preview. This is from BioClandestine on Telegram, and he's responding to a post from Donald Trump. Very interesting. Trump gives us more details on the underground facility beneath the White House. The Dems, via a radical DC judge, are attempting to prevent the construction of this militarily imperative project that is deeply important to our national security. Not exactly sure what's going on with this ballroom, but it seems like a little more than just standard TDS. The U.S. military are trying to make the White House as secure as possible, and the Dems are desperate to prevent that from happening for some reason. If the Dems are so confident they will win in 2028, wouldn't they want to have a nice, secure White House with new facilities? Why so much fuss over this project? Well, I'm guessing that they don't want the construction to uncover all of the ritual chambers, tunnels, satanic sites that they have underneath. And, they don't want the U.S. military building some sort of national security bunker underneath the White House because they want to target the White House. Because I don't think I think they know that they're not going to be winning in 2028. So if you didn't know this, the whole layout of the streets of Washington, D.C. was designed by a high-level Freemason. And it's filled with symbology like pentagrams and the Baphomet owl and so forth. So when Trump is building this ballroom, he is upsetting the Masonic lines of energy. And it's, there are still Freemasons that are judges and they're still there. And they don't want that to happen. That's why I think the judge said you can build underground, but you can't build anything above ground. And they have a rule in DC even. It's some kind of law that you can't build so high. They have like very strict building regulations there. And I know it's because of the Freemasonry, all that symbology. They don't want it upset. They don't want to disturb the lines and everything they have. It's their occult, magic. So I think the White Hats may be bringing attention to that. This ballroom construction and then all of the controversy surrounding the ballroom. I think it's the White Hats bringing attention to all of the Freemasonry symbology in DC that needs to be broken up. And maybe that's why we're building other monuments and, changing things in DC. Just my opinion, but it seems to me that that's what's happening. The following is a small video, and it kind of goes into the history behind the design of all the streets in Washington, D.C. by this high-level Freemason and all this occult symbology that is wrapped up in that city. What we think we know. These all come from beforeitsnews.com. David Nino Rodriguez, Troy Brewer, I saw shape-shifting entities while rescuing children. And then we have 107, Michael Jaco, Sheila Holm, Intel Update, Elections, Bond Fraud, and Coming Arrests. Also from Before It's News. Stuart Swerdlow, David Nino Rodriguez, Pope's Secret Meetings with Obama Advisors. The Race for Alien Disclosure. I watched that. That's a good one. .com, 3 movies playing simultaneously. Panic, IRS Banking, Cartel Collapse, Military, The Only Way, Video. Sedition, Lies, Treason. Calls for arrest explode after 2016 plot exposed. It's time to arrest Barack Obama. And this is from Medea Greer, April 17th, 2026. And so this is regarding the Russia collusion hoax. Arrest Obama. Incontrovertible evidence links him to 2016 sedition plot. A political earthquake is shaking Washington after explosive claims reported by Newsmax suggesting that former President Barack Obama could face arrest over what critics describe as a seditious conspiracy tied to the 2016 election. The allegation is simple but explosive that senior figures at the highest levels of the Obama administration knowingly allowed or even directed a campaign to tie Donald Trump to the now discredited Russia collusion narrative. If true, supporters say the implications would be nothing short of historic. Well, some of us have already known about this, and the mainstream media doesn't seem to want to report on it, although it's the biggest story that I can think of right now. There are grand juries that are wrapping up, I believe, regarding the Russia collusion hoax, so we're going to see some arrests coming very soon. I've heard, from 107, John Brennan might be the first, but they're all tied up in this. And I mean, Barack Obama was just a puppet for the deep state, and the deep state was using him to take over our country and bring us into a new world order, a communist style new world order, and at the same time depopulating or culling the masses. That's treason at the highest level. Sorry, but people need to pay attention. This is not a right or left thing. The July 28th Oval Office meeting, at the center of the controversy is a July 28th meeting in the Oval Office. According to the claims discussed in the report, senior intelligence officials briefed President Obama about Hillary Clinton's alleged plan to link Donald Trump to Russia through collusion accusations. Among the figures reportedly involved in the broader situation, James Comey, John Brennan. He should be arrested first, I think. James Clapper, Susan Rice, Joe Biden. The allegation is that Obama was fully briefed on the plan and aware that accusations of Trump-Russia collusion would become a central narrative. That narrative would go on to dominate American politics for years. Yeah, the Democrats used it over and over again. It consumed America. The Russia collusion story dominated headlines. That's because the mainstream media, again, they're owned by the same people, the globalists, trying to take over this country that were puppeting Obama. And so they all worked in lockstep. It was a giant RICO situation. It's all connected. It's a real conspiracy. It's not a theory. It's real and bad, and we came very close to losing our country. And I think you people need to wake up, and we need to start spreading the news about this more and more. It's not a Republican versus Democrat situation or Trump versus Democrat situation. He tried to take over this country for the globalists, and he's still at it, I'm sure. I mean, he bought a house in Northeast DC, and he has tunnels leading from the house into other tunnels in DC that probably lead to maglev trains that go everywhere. They were building this shadow government, and they were just going to use that government, bring it out into the open after they've culled the herd, as they say. Constitutional crisis, many say America is never fully understood. Commentators describing the situation say the scale of the alleged misconduct cannot be overstated. They argue that the United States experienced a constitutional crisis that many Americans still do not fully comprehend. So yeah, I mean, this plan to take over our country has been in the works for decades. I mean, if you read the Albert Pike letters about 3 world wars, I mean, these are Freemasons. You can go back in time and you can see with the banking taking over our government and making it a corporation, turning us into chattel, bringing in the income tax, laundering and stealing money from us, using us. I mean, all of it's connected. It's one giant conspiracy, one giant RICO case. So here's the video. And I'll put a link to this article in my description if you want to read the full article. But here's the video from Newsmax.
Every single American in their shoes. I hate to say this, but President Barack Obama, there is now incontrovertible evidence that he was the spearhead of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government back in 2016. We must, absolutely must, hold every one of these criminals accountable for the crimes that they committed. They are the most heinous crimes committed in American history. James Comey, John Brennan, Clapper, Rice, Biden was in the meeting in July 28th in the Oval Office. They briefed Barack Obama on Hillary Clinton's plan to, quote, tie Trump to Russia collusion lies. It consumed our national discourse for 5 years. It undermined a sitting duly elected president. It sabotaged administration. It framed a 3-star general. It destroyed and ripped this country apart. We had a constitutional crisis, the likes of which I don't think any American can fully comprehend. It is atrocious. And every single one of them must be held accountable.
Yeah, and of course.
The impenetrable Faraday cage, Snowden, who has dedicated his life to exposing the truth, has transformed his living space into an impregnable Faraday cage. I'd wear a Faraday cage outfit if I were him. This makeshift fortress shields him from external static and non-static electric fields, ensuring his safety in the face of formidable adversaries. The authenticity of Snowden's claims. To substantiate his claims, Snowden provided Internet Chronicle with HARP documents sourced from the private email accounts of high-ranking officials, including admirals and Air Force brigadier generals. Sources within the intelligence community have independently verified the authenticity of these documents, confirming the horrifying implications for human dignity. Conspiracy unveiled. Snowden's testimony aligns with previous disclosures made by Nick Begich, the brother of a U.S. senator who in 2009 stated on Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura that manipulating emotional states through HARP was disturbingly easy to achieve. It is a revelation that underscores the depth of the conspiracy. And just a side note, you know how they do beta tests all the time on these projects before they actually start using them. How many U.S. citizens or anybody else in the world did they test this on? I mean, were there people that just appeared insane because of this and lost everything? Was this, how many of those situations were caused by this? I'm sure they tested it on a lot of people. How scary is that? What a scary world we live in. HARP, cell towers, and trap wire. Sources familiar with discussions between the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and the University of Alaska, a collaborator in HARP's operations, suggest that cell towers and trap wire may be part of this malevolent scheme. This adds yet another layer of complexity to the chilling narrative. Conclusion. Edward Snowden's explosive revelations about HARP have unraveled a global conspiracy that threatens the very fabric of our society. The facility, once seen as a scientific outpost, now stands exposed as a weapon of mass control and assassination. The implications of these revelations are profound, challenging our understanding of power, secrecy, and human dignity. As we navigate the uncertain waters of a world shaped by HARP's insidious influence, the question remains, what other secrets lie hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered? The truth, it seems, is far stranger and more sinister than we could have ever imagined. This is like if you've ever watched the TV show Fringe, which I've watched a few times. There's a lot of weird stuff on, strange, off-the-wall stuff that now I'm starting to see maybe that stuff was real. Maybe they got that idea from something real.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Gene Decode. Always an interesting podcast with Gene. Every single time. People love these podcasts. I'm just kind of in awe of the people turning on Trump, specifically the podcasters, Candace, Alex, Megyn Kelly.
That was easy too. That's part of the movie. Candace, Tucker.
Do you explain that? Are they compromised, or are they they part of it?
No, it's part of the movie. What they're going to do, and Margie Taylor Greene's part of this, to develop another party, because the Democrat Party is going to go away, and they need something for people to go to. So it's going to split MAGA because some people are unhappy, so they have a place to go. Then when
whoa! This is part of the Trump plan.
Yes, it's part of the plan.
What? Okay, I didn't see this coming. So,
control the opposition. So now you set up another party. Then after the next presidential election comes in, they merge back together into one party, and everybody's backing the MAGA again. So it's all part of, it's for those that are unhappy, that can't understand what's going on with Iran and Israel and all of whatever, whatever they are upset about, whether it's what's going on within the United States, what's going on the Straits of Hormuz, whatever it is, they're upset. It gives them another place to go. And Candace is completely read in. She has got intel coming at her like freaking crazy. As far as
this is all theater.
Yes. As far as Alex Jones, he's a savant, selective. And so he has sources that give him intel to steer him in a certain way. He's not read in, but he's steered. And so they're steering him and giving Candace the intel and Tucker the intel. He's read in, not as high as Candace, but Candace is way read in. And so it's all part of the script of the movie. I love it.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're telling me Candace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly are all read in. They're part of the operation.
Yep.
It can look like MAGA's divided, but it's all theater.
Yep. Add in Nick Fuentes in there too.
Okay, so I fell for it. I feel like an idiot now. This actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Too many years of the military. I've seen this show before on the submarines. Where the officers play one division against another, one department. I've seen this one before.
Wow. All right. So that kind of threw me for, I really was starting to believe. This gives me a different perspective. That's why I like having you on, Gene.
You're welcome. And you'll see it all happen. It'll all play out, and it's just like with Elon, where he and Elon had a big spat, and they separated, and Elon said he's in the Epstein files. Yeah, he is. Because Epstein hated him.
What did that achieve with Elon? I'm still trying. What did that theater achieve with Elon?
That was to get people, because Trump can't go and use the Epstein files. It's leverage for one thing against leaders all over the world and all kinds of other people too. Pretty much bankers, you name it. Most of the famous people in the world are in that list. Not like Trump either. And Elon, where they're mentioned because they're not liked. And, because he had Epstein arrested and, he testified and he had him thrown out of Mar-a-Lago and all his compounds. Not like that. You got most of these people in there because they went to Zorro Ranch and the island and New York, his place, like you saw Prince Andrew, all of that. So they are really deep in it. And so the red folder is what that he got to each certain leaders of the world is their script to follow based on, in some cases they have leverage over them. In some cases it's an actor. Here's your script. So, and if it's part of the alliance, like Putin, Xi, and Trump, it's, okay, when I do this, you'll do that. When we do this, you do that. And Modi, they're all four part of that, of the world alliance.
I mean, the way they all responded, Candace was on a vacation. She went back into the office and got on it immediately. Alex Jones now is really going full throttle, full retard on this. And it just looks like, I don't know, it looks like they took it very serious. Or you're saying this is an act?
Yeah, it's an act. They're good too, aren't they? Alex Jones is not an act. He's being played. He gets intel. They steer him. They know he's a selective savant who can't keep his mouth shut with intel at all. So he's given certain intel to get wide up and get all of it. So, yeah, that's what he does really well.
So this is like the WWE. This is like what we're watching is behind the scenes. Look, here's your script. We're going to do this. And the whole objective is to do what? Further. Okay, so it looks like it's dividing MAGA, but why wouldn't they want MAGA stronger than ever right now?
You don't want that because it's going to naturally divide anyway. You've got to control the division.
Control the division.
Yep.
Okay, this makes sense.
If you've got a huge rock and it's going to split the river in half, you want to control how that rock splits the river in half. So you put a rock further upstream, that'll split it before it gets to that other rock, and you're in control of how long that rock's there. Not
so the Democrats not having anywhere to go will join Candace, Alex, Tucker, right? I mean, is that what they want?
That's exactly it.
Wow. Okay. And then the objective would be to then funnel them into another right-wing party, or that would merge with MAGA?
Later on, come the next presidential elections in 2028. Yes. Exactly. And it all throws back in. Okay, now everything goes back into.
But I mean, it was pretty brutal what Trump said. They have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's the greatest troll on earth. You know, oh, Tucker's stupid, and he didn't even finish this, and he didn't go to school, college. He didn't finish college. You know, it's like, yeah, really good at trashing people. You know? And then they trash back, and it's a big, you know, it's just like like you said, championship wrestling. Okay, and now in the ring is the Hammer, and he's got the Don on the ropes. And Don is down. He's back up. It's like, I love this movie. It's hilarious.
Wow. Okay. So the only one that really, you're right. The one that really looks like they're taking this very personal is Alex. He's on a tirade now. He's going all in.
Yep. Because
so maybe he's not acting.
What's that?
So you're saying Alex is the one that actually took the bait?
Yeah. He's not read in. He's just being used as, a useful person that, can't keep his mouth shut, so you can't trust him with intel, so they give him what they want to steer him, get him upset and aim him like a missile in a certain direction.
Wow. I mean, this is a different perspective.
Yeah, we had people like that on the ship. If you said something, they'd spin up, and exactly how they'd spin up, and you'd use it. We called them a screen, something screen, so if you had a little situation in your division or department and you didn't want the command to be focused on you, you go to somebody else in another department that had a terrible mouth and no control over it and say something, and they'd spin all over the place and attract the attention, and like the nail be sticking up of everything else, and then the command would be looking over there and you could fix your problem before it got noticed.
So like a controlled demolition.
Yes, exactly. Look over. It's just like when you got somebody on the ropes, you hit them with the right, so they're not looking at the left. Then you knock them out with the left.
Yeah. I mean, of course, this is why I can believe this. And of course, at such a high level with where we're at in the country right now, they would be using this type of theater or psychological warfare, right? This is what they would do.
Yes. I mean, everything you see is this way.
And then you'll have Democrats feeding Marjorie, Alex, Candace info, right?
Exactly, because they think, all right, MAGA's dividing. Finally, yay, we got an opening, and they're breaking away, and we'll feed them all this information and stuff and steer them. We can steer them in our direction and get them to back the stuff we want. Yeah, that's because you're stupid.
This makes all the sense in the world to me.
No, that can't be it. Gene can't be right. No way.
I think I buy this. I think this makes a lot of sense to me because, you can look at they just look like they're really flustered and bothered by this. But hey, man, it's easy to act, right? I mean,
yes.
This is why. I mean, I can understand this for sure. Art of war, right?
Yes. And literally everything you see going on in the world. Like, let's take the young man revealing all of the corruption in Minnesota and now in Los Angeles with over 100 and what is it? Oh, it's 211 hospice are shut down because of. And that young man is being used by the Alliance to do that.
Are you talking about Nick Shirley?
Yeah, Nick Shirley. Because you can't have the government, Trump, and people that work with Trump going and showing that. as they say, oh, he's using legal warfare. He's going after his opponents. He's going after Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom will probably run for president. So he's making him look terrible and all of this. No, you get this young man. I mean, come on, you really think this young man knew something that the FBI didn't know? I mean, they know everything. They track everything. You people, I mean, what Snowden said about how much we're tracked, that was back then. Compared to now, you have no privacy anywhere. All the smart devices, your telephone, your iPhone, your refrigerator, your oven, your doorbell, all of that is monitoring everything all the time. Your car, it's taking pictures and videos, and the 5G is transparent to everything in the whole house and everything down into underneath the skin even. I mean, the level of surveillance is off the chart. That you really think the FBI doesn't, and NSA doesn't tap into that? Of course, and they knew about all this stuff. And with Doge and what Elon, he found all that. But they can't go because the Democrats will scream and the deep state, whoa, they're doing legal warfare like they did on Trump, where they arrested him and did all this stuff. So they get somebody to do it. Just like with the Epstein files, they can't say that we grabbed all this when we went to Epstein Island, because they would be screaming, oh, that was illegal, you can't do that, blah, 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 that's foreign, land, property, blah, blah, blah. So what they did is Aaron Schwartz, the internet's boy, who hacked into MIT, where all the entire internet goes through, and now downloaded 900, I think, or it was 9,000, something like that. It was an astronomical number of pages per second. He got everything. It was showing flags all over the world and countries and their military and secrets and all kinds of stuff. Well, they got everything on Epstein and all the deep state's blackmail back into the 15th century. When the British had the tea and all of that, and there was actually bringing human trafficking, like same with the oil tankers now. So now they have all that blackmail forever, and they said, we got it when the military, we got flagged, all the countries were kind of, oh my goodness. So the military went in, grabbed all his stuff, and they got it all. Well, it just happened to be with this stuff. So the deep state can't say you got it illegally. That's legal. They got it inside the United States by a breach into the military security complex. I mean, you're talking missile codes and stuff. They have to get that. So, in the football codes and all that. So he hacked it all. And so they go and get him. So that's exactly what you see going on with Putin and Xi when they get upset with Trump.
Putin and Xi are also part of, I've heard Putin at least is a strong ally to Trump. Is there any truth in that?
Yeah, Putin, Trump, Xi, and Modi are all in this together.
To take down the deep state. The deep state is what? It's comprised of, when we say they, we're talking about bankers' families, correct? We're talking about families and bankers. That when we say they, that's who it is. They're the ones that fund all sides, control the money.
Well, at the top, you're going into the Vatican. And at the top of the Vatican, you're going into the Orsinis and the Black and the Gray Pope. The Gray Pope being Pepe Orsini. And then beyond that, above that, you're going into the non-terrestrial. More and more non-terrestrial hybrids. Like, that's why they're breaking the hybrid story with Matt Gaetz at Crestview. Said had a contact at Crestview that told him about the hybrid program. That's why that's being broke, because that's the next order of power of the deep state, going beyond the strictly mankind level. They're going into the hybrids. So
the interdimensional intruders.
Yes. And so that's why
they're not from other planets, Gene. They're from other dimensions, correct?
All of the above.
All the above.
Yeah. So, it's, if you, like where you had J.D. Vance say that all non-terrestrials are demons. No. What about angels? They're non-terrestrials too. They're not fallen, though. You have fallen ones, but you have ones that are not fallen too, that are working with us. And then you've got the regular non-terrestrials, you've got ultradimensionals, you've got cross-timeline non-terrestrials, you've got us from the future, saying do not go down the changing your genome, infiltrating yourself with all kinds of tech. Do not nanotech all this. Do not do that. We cannot come back from what we did. You still can't. Stop it now. So this is, you got all of that at play right now at the same, whilst, as the great Gonzo would say, whilst and at the same time.
In a race to 2030.
Right.
Why 2030? Why
Yeah.
2030, Gene?
Because it's just shortly before the CME and the Ascension. That's why, what's the last thing on the cue board?
Lights out.
Nope.
The darkness, 10 days of darkness, right?
Ascension. The last word posted was Ascension. And it's about Ascension.
I think a lot of people are ascending now and they're ahead of the game. You know, I kind of feel like I'm a little more elevated than most people.
Yes. And when humans learn the power of our DNA and what you can do, like Christ said, but a mustard seed, what he did compared to what we will, not what we can, what we will do, meaning it is already there. And so this is some of the secrets the great mystery schools of the Masons and that have hidden from us. The power of envisioning as is, not in the future. You do it as is. And there's quite a few things out on that now where you say, okay, you don't say, I see this coming. You say, this is this way now. And you imagine it and you act as if it already is that way, and you will manifest it.
That's what I did in boxing easily, 36-0. You know, I knew I was going to be undefeated.
Yes.
So I understand visualization. It's nothing I had to work on. I just believed it.
Yes. It's a power. Literally what they say is imagination is man's imagination is the voice of God. So when we imagine something as done, that goes right back into the quantum and comes right back out as so. It's instantaneous. It starts to manifest immediately. So it's the power of that. And then the power is that we have to learn is to unprogram the fact when it doesn't happen right away, that why not? Why not? Because the mind control, the Mark Ultra mind control done on us for thousands of years, we're in our own way.
So
we think the illusion that they foisted on us is real. It's not real. It's an illusion. All this deep state and all this other stuff and our lack of power and our lack of this and that lack of, that's all an illusion. We have absolute power given to us by God. The new Novus is new, Ordo is world, Seclorum is Ordo is order, Seclorum world. So new order of the world, or the new world order. And e pluribus unum means from the many one. It's to say that from all the religions and everything, they'll gather everything together into one autonomous thing, slave king, in other words. But, that's part of their mysteries. And then you've got the 13 levels of the pyramid with 72 stones, the 72 names of Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, Mephistopheles, etc. And then you've got a white rose and a red rose on each side. You've got 13 13s on the back of the dollar bill. 13 symbols of 13. So you got like the 13 layers of the pyramid. The straights are our moves. So they said, okay, we're not going to agree with this. Iran said, nope. So Trump said, okay, I'll close the Strait of Hormuz. So they, because Britain, Starmer, who's just a useless fool for the deep state, he's just, nope, we're not going to help you. Fine. We close it so nobody gets injured. And now all of the tankers go through the Panama Canal or up through the Atlantic to through the Gulf of America to get their oil. But a lot of those oil tankers do not have oil in them. They have people in them. So now in Beijing and a few other big ports in China, you have tens of thousands of people walking off the docks into empty buildings in China because they were being trafficked, and now the ships are just going to sit there because they don't have oil, and they're not going to go and take people or organs to the Gulf of America. So it's revealing, it's shutting down the human trafficking in one fell swoop. They can.
The Strait of Hormuz was used for human trafficking
Massively.
All the tankers are now going to the Gulf of Mexico or America right now, right? That's where all the business is going now.
Yeah, hundreds, 121, absolutely, I know for sure, right now are empty and heading to get our oil.
Wow. Genius move by Trump, right?
Yeah, drill, baby, drill, and now you got a place to sell it. And it's going to be sold in millions of barrels a day. And our economy is going to go through the ceiling. We are now, and then we're taking out Venezuela, and they're doing the deal with us, and that oil goes to us, and stopping what's going on with Cuba. Because if you look at Cuba, to get into the Bay of the Gulf of America, one way or another, you got to go past Cuba. Whether you go up over it or down under it, you go past Cuba. It's a choke point island. So you neutralize that, you get Venezuela's oil and our oil, and we have it all. And then every single tanker on Earth goes through to us.
And that's why we're going to go after Cuba next, right?
Yes. And it's already, power's down and all kinds of stuff, so they can't do anything. And their leader said, okay, we'll come to the table. So he's already somewhat capitulated. So he got that, so it's safe. And he showed what the Cuban special forces protecting Maduro can't do, which is everything. They can't do anything at all. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Plus what's going on in Iran with the guys jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes. Hundreds and hundreds of special forces jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes at all. And they're going, what in the world? And then just before they hit the ground, their suits activate and they slow down to a stop just before they hit land and take off running, and it pushes them. The anti-gravity starts to push them up to 90 miles an hour. They're running at 90 miles an hour. Then they run down into the ground through the tunnels at 90 miles an hour, and the bullets and nothing can hit them, and the particle weapons can't touch them. I mean, this is the technology we have. Those smart suits that they have. Well, not smart suits, but
I want one of those. It's like a superhero suit.
Yeah, superhero suit. You can't be hit by anything. Not a particle weapon, a directed energy weapon, a regular weapon, explosive devices. You could jump out of a plane at 40,000 feet and just glide to a stop just before you hit to the ground and just pooh, and then you land, you take off. It pushes you up to 90 miles an hour. It's just
So do other countries know we have this technology, and is that why they're so easy to bring to the table now? Does Trump? I mean, are we showing them behind the scenes what we can do to them?
Oh, for them, that's not behind the scenes. They're seeing it up front, personal. They're seeing that. They see that we have that technology, and this is all based on tech that is really, really super advanced. It uses nano diamonds. Just as a gel. You'd be a shapeshifter.
All of this is quantum. Is that how they shapeshift? Is that what? Wow. So
yeah. It's the same thing that the non-terrestrials use, but they have it naturally in their skin. This is a gel now we can wipe on and shapeshift into anything you want.
Why am I finding this so easy to believe?
What's that?
I find this so easy to believe. It makes so much sense to me.
Yeah. You talk about the mask. This is the ultimate. Now you can shapeshift to look like anyone or anything. You can literally stop in front of a doorway and look like a door. People go, where'd he go?
So you're able to control others' perception of you.
Mm-hmm. Just like you look at your TV and it looks 3D and you have a picture and I see Nino and you could put somebody else on the screen. I see somebody else. I could see, Scott McKay or Michael Jaco. Well, that's just light coming through the 5G into my computer and being translated. Same thing. The diamonds and the nanotech picks it all up and then it manifests it as the gel manifests it, and you become whatever it is. And it can be sent directly from the thoughts of the person. So they can just say, boom. Okay.
That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
The deep underground tunnels, the bases. We had to clean that out first. That's what came first in this fight, right? We had to clear out that kind of underground infrastructure.
Yes. So they cleared it out in our country, in Canada, this continent. Then they're clearing out the Middle East now. So they're clearing out a lot of the missile attacks and things you see going to United Arab Emirates, from Iran, to the Saudis, to, for example, some people don't know, went to Quran. What did that used to be? That's right near, an area that is literally where, and there's tunnel systems there that go to Mount Hermon. What's Mount Hermon? Well, that's where the fallen angels came, and they have a city buried under there where they sacrificed to Baal. So it's cleaning this ancient stuff. So they hit it with a missile. That's in the Gaza Strip area is where it is. They say, that's the Israelis doing that. No, it's not. Not this time. Oh, it was Iran doing it. Yeah, it looks like that. But it's the white hats cleaning out stuff. So yes, they are hitting Saudi and they are hitting, Bahrain and United Arab Emirates and all these other places, but also, like they hit our bases earlier. But our bases, they told us that we're going to hit your base at this day at this time. So we took all our people out of there. Why are we doing that? Because we're getting out of the Middle East. None of our business. We're going to create a peace there. We're going to get rid of the deep state, of the Iranian rule by the deep state for over 50 years, way more than 50 years. And that's a Christian country. And, all the many, Persian is the correct term, not Iranian, are saying, Trump, keep going. Okay, we lose 1,000 or 2,000 because of friendly fire. In 1 week, under this regime, back at this date, they executed 40,000 of us in the street. They cut women in half. This has been going on year after year. This is nothing compared to what they've done to us. Get us free. We are willing to suffer and take because they lined Iran is nothing but a terrorist regime. They lined up people around the power plants and around the oil refineries, people for human shields for it, so that our military wouldn't hit it. But our military is more precise than that.
So Gene, this kind of adds up to me because I was told by someone in the military, a friend of a friend, and he told me in person, and we had to go put our phones away. Okay, so how do I put this? That Iran and the Middle East, but Iran specifically, is filled with reptile nests.
Yes.
Interdimensional. They've had it. I was shown a video. I know I'm not going to say how I saw it, but my jaw dropped, of these reptilians chasing these military personnel running in. It looked like a kind of a field. It was with thermal goggles, running to the helicopter. The guys in the helicopter had these thermal goggles on, shooting at these reptiles, but it wasn't really doing anything. And the reptiles got to these guys and ripped their arms and limbs off. And you could totally see that the way they moved and the way it was creepy. And they finally got to the men, and I guess they devoured them. But they ripped their arms and legs off. And the bullets didn't do anything. I mean, they said that they came across a reptile nest and it's infested. They told me Iran is infested with this stuff. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering. I've always had that in the back of my mind. This is about 5 years ago when I came across that, but it's always kind of like scarred my brain, stained my mind. I've always had that visual of what I saw, and I've always wondered, man, was that real? And
yes,
that's why I don't.
Because
that's why. But
you had one of the homeworld rocks black rocks of evil there. And they dug tunnels there and have nests there for thousands of years. Stargate 10 is there. So they were bringing more through that gate, and there's portals there. And that's all why they dropped the special forces with the special suits. No shoots, no nothing. And these suits that don't allow them, they can shapeshift to look reptilian if they want. They can.
Well, did the reptilians, or were the reptilians only the ones who had this technology? We got it from them? Or how? Because, I mean, obviously they were, if you watch that movie, They Live, it's kind of showing people what was really going on. These reptiles are among us, right?
Yes. And it's back engineered using tech. So now we have the same technology, the same abilities, the same, even more, where their weapons and stuff don't work on us, but ours work on them.
This is fascinating. So yeah, I just that just came to me, and I've talked about this with certain people, but I'm telling you now publicly, I've seen this video, and it was horrific to watch. I still couldn't believe it. I was like, this had to be, and this was before AI, Gene.
Yeah. So it's the same thing like the the night vision red goggles they had for night vision in Vietnam. And it revealed the demonics. Well,
right. You're right. In Vietnam, they saw all the demons and they were shooting at them, right?
Right. And because they're in another dimension, bullets don't affect them. But they were caught. They knew they could see them, so they'd fly between two helicopters. One guy would shoot at the other helicopter and kill the gunner on the other helicopter, shoot down another helicopter. That's why they changed to green.
You know, I had a friend that filmed these entities at his house. You could see these shadows walking through his house. He filmed them. It was some of the creepiest stuff that I've ever seen. I've seen those videos as well, where he would send them to my phone. I never went back to his house. I said, forget it, dude. I'm not ever going back there. But I saw these entities walking around his house, plain as day. Plain as day. The phone picked them up.
Yep.
They're like dense shadows.
Yes.
You can't see with your eyes.
Animals and cats and all that see that stuff all the time. It's just people, you see it as a child, but then you're told that that's not real and your brain filters it out because it's not real. You no longer decode it. Doesn't mean it's not there. It means your brain is filtering it out, so you don't see it. You don't decode it. Literally, reality, this is back to where we were with the power of the mind and the power of our DNA and the power of our word and our imagination. Whatever you decode is your reality. So, who's the man who first did the hypnosis on stage, hypnotized a man while his daughter was up on stage with him. And then he said, at a certain word, you will not see nor hear your daughter until I say this other word. And then he said the word a little while later on. And the guy said, oh my goodness. The man, the father said, oh, my daughter's gone. Where'd she go? And he waved the girl to stand directly in front of her father. And he's looking out to the audience. He goes, where is she? Looking around. He could see through her. The man then Mesmer took a watch out of his pocket, a pocket watch, had an inscription on inside it. And he opened it up behind the daughter's back so no one could see it, slid it up against her back, and asked the man, what is the inscription on my watch? He goes, to my dear husband, on our 33rd anniversary or something like that, right? And he then showed the audience, and that is what it was. So he read the inscription on the pocket watch through the daughter, saw right through her.
Wow, that just shows you the mind is not the brain, is it?
Yeah. What is reality is based on what we interpret it to be through our ability to image, our imagination. That's why it's so powerful. That's why they've dumbed us down and made us think we're not that, we're not this, we're not good enough. And they put intercessors between us and the supreme divine oneness, one God of all creation. You have to go through this pope or through this person or through that, confess all this and all that. And you're born all messed up and all that, original this, sin and all that. But if you read the Bible, that contradicts Ezekiel. You're not responsible for the sins of the Father upon the Son. Well, that goes all the way back. So people don't think. And so as that happened, we've lost all these amazing abilities we had, and that's what is happening. The Great Awakening is the waking of the human spirit, the power of us back to what we originally were. Like Carlos Castaneda said, we were capable of feats of consciousness we can't even conceive of anymore. So we had the power of the mind and the word, which is essentially makes you an immortal. Because if you can perceive and just envision yourself to be whatever you want, whatever age, whatever thing, you are your own bed, So it's learning to get all of these things back and all of this, So all of these miraculous healings and all that, that's how this works. It's going in from the mind of imagination is the voice of God. Through our imagination that God gave us, we manifest reality, and they know that. They can't do that. They don't have their soul. So they can't do it. You have to have your soul intact to house your spirit. They don't. So this is what the war is about, is for our DNA and to lock us down with nanotech and all that other stuff permanently. But that's what Trump is under, and the alliance is completely destroyed. And they're doing it such that they're making it look like it's us. We're doing it all. So you got, like the man you mentioned that's revealing the stuff in LA and all of that with the hospices and 221 of them shut down and all this. It's got to look like the average person is fighting, like the people demanded the Epstein files. Not Trump. It's not off there. It's the people demanded it. Oh, are you still talking about the Epstein files? Listen, no, we're not doing that anymore. Yeah. And then people get really upset. Then Melania comes out and sends a torpedo out. Kaboom!
Yeah, and then now they're trying to set her up and say, oh, she was Jeffrey Epstein's, whatever. He introduced her to Trump, and now all these AI photos are coming out. And people are falling for this.
Yeah, and they fall for it. I mean, just like Trump went to Bethesda. Oh, Trump's dead. Oh, yeah. I go, wait 48 hours for crying out loud. Watch what happens. And sure enough, he went there because the men they rescued that were shot down in Iran were in Bethesda. And he went there to visit them. Just, tell them thank you and give them Medal of Honor and all that other stuff, right, for their service. And so this is the movie. It's all a movie. The deep state's playing their cards, revealing who they are, and Trump's playing them all over the place. He's playing them this way and that way. I mean, it's like a good fighter. He runs over here. Look over here, over here. Don't look here. Don't look here. No, don't look here.
Also, I pulled up the Ephesians 6:12, King James version of the Bible. Says, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Says it right there in the Bible. That's exactly what we're up against. So people that have a hard time believing what you and I are talking about, well, there it is right there in the Bible. There it is. For your eyes to see in black and white. What we're talking about is not so far-fetched anymore, is it?
No. And not only that, if Trump had brought out the Epstein files, people would say he made it up. And now that the people, the Democrats and the people that demanded it, and they see how it's tied to Satanism, like everywhere, the bankers, the Pope, is all going to be tied into that. The royal families, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a royal family left on Earth by the time this is done. It's going to tie to everything, all your major, high-level masonry, all of this. It's all going to come out. People are going to, that's going to tie to the banking, the bankers, and the beast, and all of this financial and legal system, the bar, the British Admiralty rule, the birth certificate and the fakeness of that, and that's your bill of title of being born and coming into your birth.
Into the corporation.
Yeah, corporation. All of that. It's going to reveal it all, and people are going to see how they've been played from FDR making the birth certificate and your straw man. And they're going to say, I don't need money for a grant for a humanitarian project. I'm 60 years old. My straw man's worth $10 billion.
Right.
We're all fabulously wealthy.
Yeah, we're all quantum, right, Gene?
Yeah. And then they're going to find out that the fiat money system is fake. There's a new money system that's based on quantum, and the entire thing is off Earth. It's not on any computer system on Earth. It's not blockchain. I, found that was incorrect. That was, tying into crypto, which 95% of cryptos started by the dark side. So the deep state. And so all that, you're going to get a type of currency like that backed by tangible gold and assets. But the quantum financial system, QFS, is based off world where they can't, not in any deep state computer system or anything where they can't tamper with it. And it's being run by very high level powerful beings, we'll put it that way. So it's, not on Earth where they can tamper with it. I mean, it just so happens all of this is happening when Artemis goes behind the moon. Yeah. What do you think that's meaning? And what does Artemis mean? And so this all ties to the quantum. It all ties to Hormuz Straits. It all ties to everything. It all ties together.
Gene, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I really appreciate you coming on. I got to eat dinner.
Okay.
No, it's rumbling. I'm sitting here. Damn, I don't know if people can hear that. Stay with me just 1 second. Real quick, Gene. Thank you.
Meanwhile, the fiat US dollar was dying, while the entire deep state empire was melting down in real time. Last Tuesday, April 7th, Trump released the global currency reset, fully igniting the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. President Trump has not only seized full control over the corrupt Federal Reserve cabal, but established a sovereign gold-backed U.S. Treasury note system. That has resulted in no more income taxes, only tariffs, and a simple 14% sales tax on new goods. That Satan-worshipping empire badly needed to be stripped of their power. Satan's minions were still in high government positions, where they could rake in billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars while hiding their real agenda. Until perhaps now. In April 2026, McDonald's was accused of having a rash of toxic ingredients in their American franchises. French fries, while their European fries lacked the health-degrading chemicals. Tuesday, 14th of April, 2026, toxic McDonald's French fries. McDonald's was believed owned by the Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia, which was known by satanic ritual abuse survivors to be high rollers in the Illuminati, members of whom have been reported to practice human sacrifice to their god Satan. At the time, McDonald's Japan held press conferences, though did not mention the causes of the human remains that were traced to children's teeth. They said the meat came from their headquarters in the U.S. and even tried to shift responsibility onto their customers. In 2020, a rash of McDonald's restaurants were shut down across the world. New York City, Kuta, Bali, Victoria, South Australia, and McDonald's strange ran out of milkshakes in England, Scotland, and Wales. Back in that 2020, CNBC reported that it was planned that the entire McDonald's network of franchises would be closed in the near future. Hundreds of locations in Walmart stores. Possible timing on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. At midnight, the petrodollar died. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. We are 24 hours away from the event that changes the world forever. BRICS, NISR, HSR, and quantum financial system are sending shockwaves through the deep state. With gold-backed currencies and secure Q phones, the old order is collapsing. Prepare for a revolution. The world was never what you were told. The chains are melting. Gold will speak. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Decoding is completed. The revealed results will be published tomorrow. Let's get together. The green light is on for 24 hours. Keep eyes open. The news will bring you peace. Tuesday, April 14th, breaking. Trump in bunker. 1 million plus troops deployed nationwide. High alert Tuesday, April 22nd. Sleeper cells neutralized. Space Force preps global EBS takeover. Phones, TVs, radios seized in 48 to 72 hour window. EBS tested 3 times unscheduled, ISN 48 hours. 2:17 a.m., 4:44 a.m., 6:01 a.m. across FEMA zones. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Tuesday, April 14th. Within the next 2 days, Space Force was expected to activate the EBS across the world. Phones, mainstream media, TV, radio will be shut down. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Martial law will prevail to maintain order. Power will remain on. All screens, all channels, one broadcast of a high alert would be issued while Trump was transported to an underground bunker. Over 1 million military personnel have been deployed across the U.S. as part of a mass arrest operation and positioning for activation of the Tuesday, April 14th, the 10 Days of Darkness window is opening. Not a metaphor, literal. Power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during mass arrests round 3. QFS sync complete on Tier 1 levels, gold-backed accounts flipping live as we speak. The old fiat beast is bleeding out. Final breath. The emergency broadcast system on Telegram.
Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. Alternative before it's news. Ethan White. Bombshell. Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. The Great Reset on Telegram. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the Northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control, but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held, precisely 120 days post the Gassara announcement. The focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market? Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to? Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them? Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first. Stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food. Not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines? Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps? Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content? Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis, a world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The internet? Transformed. Banking systems? Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance, a veritable paradise on Earth. However, as the layers peel back, revealing covert operations, prepare to be flabbergasted. The faces you recognize might just be elaborate masquerades, Hollywood-grade masks, CGI marvels, and eerily realistic body doubles. Ever watch The Truman Show? Our reality might not be far off. With the scripted drama unfolding since 2015,
Global currency reset. On Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar died. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. Tuesday, April 14th, 63 U.S. banks hiding $517 billion in losses. Liquidity freeze warning. Now Trump prepares July 4th financial reset for America. Tuesday, April 14th, Bruce the Big Call. There's a link. Over the weekend, military sources said notification to set exchange appointments for Tier 4B was very good for this week, that it would go. Four sources said that Wednesday, April 15th could be in play to be notified. One source said by Friday, April 17th. A Treasury source said we should be in there this week. The United States Treasury note would be announced as gold backed by U.S. Treasury head Scott Bessent. Countries have their own banks now. Central banks have been closed down. As of Sunday, April 12th, our money accounts mirrored on the new system were live. What you need for your appointment: photo ID, utility bill, currency. If you have Zim, you will need to sign an NDA, which could be from 30 to 90 days. While at the Redemption Center, we should have in our accounts at our appointment restitution, reclamation allowance, Doge payment. Global financial crisis. Tuesday, April 14th, the Vatican Bank has processed over $6 billion in unaudited transfers since 2019. Funds routed through shell accounts in Malta, Luxembourg, and the Cayman Islands. Destinations unknown, recipients classified. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The same Vatican that hosted Epstein's financial advisor 3 times between 2011 and 2014, the same Vatican that fought harder to keep its bank records sealed than any government on earth, the same Vatican that suddenly, right now, in the middle of a naval blockade, wants peace. They don't want peace. They want the blockade lifted before the audits begin. Because when the strait closes, the oil stops. When the oil stops, the petrodollar bleeds. When the petrodollar bleeds, every institution that laundered money through it gets exposed, including the one in Rome. Trump did not attack the Pope out of anger. He attacked the Pope because the Pope attacked first, not with words, but with a financial protection play disguised as a peace appeal. The Cardinals went on 60 Minutes, coordinated, scripted, timed to the hour.
rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. Resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever.
Tuesday, April 14th, 107, breaking. Biological nightmare, uncovering the sinister secret biolab in the heart of the USA. A terrifying tale from Fresno County. Public health officials have made a horrifying discovery in Fresno County, California, exposing a clandestine, unlicensed biological research facility owned by Chinese nationals. This sinister operation has been running for an extended period, raising alarms about a potential bio-Cold War on American soil as we advance into 2026. The facility was a house of horrors. This terrifying find points directly to foreign interference by the Chinese Communist Party and possibly deep state complicity in allowing such threats to fester on American soil. Patriots have warned about these infiltration efforts for years, and this exposes the terrifying reality of biolabs being used as tools in a larger globalist agenda to weaken the United States. The potential for disaster was extreme, with the entire population in the vicinity dancing on the edge of biological catastrophe. The mainstream silence surrounding this incident only adds to the suspicion of a coordinated cover-up by those who benefit from keeping the public in fear and dependent on their systems of control. As the Great Awakening continues to gain momentum, revelations like this fire up the QAnon community and confirm that the cabal is restoring to desperate measures. These shadow operations are part of a plan for depopulation and medical tyranny designed to usher in the New World Order. White hats are fighting back, exposing these sites and protecting humanity from further harm. It is high time for full transparency and accountability. Patriots must demand investigations into all such facilities and ensure they are shut down permanently. Patriots cannot allow our nation to serve as a testing ground for the elite's evil experiments. The storm is here and the truth will set us free. Stay strong, stay awake, and trust the plan as more secrets come to light.
It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 15th, 2026. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, human trafficking operations have been systematically shut down worldwide. Thousands of children and victims have been liberated from captivity. The fight was never just political, it was a moral battle for the soul of humanity. Quantum Connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Massive White Hat forces just took control of a huge underground city under Denver and New York linked to Epstein Island. Files seized, big names coming out now. Tuesday, April 14th exposed massive tunnel network under Mount Rushmore running across states. It connects directly to Obama's D.C. mansion and is active right now. In 2026, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Mount Rushmore is compromised. Deep beneath the carved faces of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt, a vast tunnel network confirmed by intelligence insiders stretches hundreds of miles and runs straight into Barack Obama's fortified Kalorama mansion in Washington, D.C. This is the Obama clan's private underground highway built on taxpayer dollars to provide escape routes, command centers, and supply lines operating outside Trump's America First restoration in 2026. The tunnels start behind the Hall of Records in the granite. The sealed vault is theater. Classified construction created vertical shafts branching through reinforced passages for high-speed movement of personnel and equipment. In 2026, the network is fully active and expanding as the deep state panics under Trump pressure. Power and communication systems evade all surface surveillance controlled by patriots. The system was accelerated under Obama through hidden budgets funneling billions without oversight. The symbolism is bold and defiant. The mountain embodying American greatness was turned into a personal fortress for waging underground war on the Republic. While Trump fights above for borders and sovereignty, the Obama clan shuttles operatives, documents, and plans below. Patriots confirm the details with seismic data, logs showing ongoing activity, Kalorama renovations including massive excavations linking to tunnel grids. This allows the resistance to sustain operations. When surface pressure mounts from indictments and audits, taxpayers fund this defiance while the elite enjoy immunity. Trump's return has spiked usage as the cabal moves assets frantically. Patriots mapped the arteries, logging activity. Trump's teams audits black budgets preparing to seize and neutralize the tunnels, dismantling the permanent state. This subterranean backbone lets the Obama clan act as government in exile. The Rushmore to Kalorama line shows their deep contempt for the people. The battle has gone underground. But white hats move fast. Tunnels will be exposed, connections severed, and the empire destroyed. Sovereignty will reign from surface to bedrock. The deep state's underground empire ends as the Great Awakening delivers justice in 2026. The cabal is panicking and their time is up. Tuesday, April 14th. Gitmo News. Deep state clones end after 3 years. Cloning researchers tell military. Doppelgangers, clones revealed. Liz Cheney hanged. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. In a stunning revelation that is sending shockwaves through the Patriot community, military sources at Guantanamo Bay have confirmed that the deep state's cloning operations are finally coming to an end after years of deception. Cloning researchers captured by White Hat forces have spilled the beans to interrogators, exposing how these doppelgangers only last 3 years before they must be recycled and replaced. According to insiders close to General Eric M. Smith's office, a key German-born scientist named Harold Krauss was arrested by U.S. Special Forces in late December 2025 and subjected to intensive questioning at a secure location. Initially resistant, Krauss eventually broke down under strategic pressure involving his family's safety, revealing critical details about the sinister cloning program. Krauss disclosed that deep state clones are engineered to mature rapidly but suffer from neural decay after just 3 years. Once their time is up, they are recalled via subdermal microchips implanted behind the ear, dissolved in acid at recycling centers, and swapped out for fresh copies. This explains the constant parade of body doubles and lookalikes we have witnessed among political elites. Like, just a side note, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. The researcher admitted to working at a Missouri facility and knew of at least a dozen other cloning labs across the United States. He confirmed multiple clones of figures like Joseph R. Biden had been deployed over the years. No, really? Military officials are now using this intelligence to dismantle the entire network. This bombshell comes as White Hats continue their relentless pursuit of justice at Gitmo. In related tribunal news, the notorious Liz Cheney was found guilty of treason and hanged following a military trial. The former congresswoman, consumed by hatred for President Trump and the Constitution, was exposed for orchestrating election fraud and vowing revenge over her father, Dick Cheney's earlier execution for his role in past atrocities. Admiral Darcy Crandall presided over the proceedings, where witnesses detailed Cheney's vendetta. Her bitter rage against Trump and the military for holding her family accountable sealed her fate. With her removal, another piece of the corrupt deep state puzzle falls away. Patriots, this is monumental progress. The exposure of these clone operations means the globalist house of cards is collapsing. No longer can they hide behind manufactured doubles while the real monsters pull strings from the shadows. The White Hats are in full control and more high-profile takedowns are imminent as the Great Awakening accelerates. Sources indicate that as these revelations spread, panic is setting in among remaining deep state operatives. Tim Russ, the Star Trek actor, has reportedly been used as a stand-in for Barack Obama in public appearances, further proving how deep the deception runs, but their time is over. The military alliance is closing in, ensuring that true justice will prevail, and America will be restored to its rightful glory under leaders who serve the people. Stay vigilant, stay informed. The storm is here and victory is near for all who stand with the light. QAnons know the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. More Gitmo news to follow as tribunals ramp up in the coming weeks. Climate change hoax. Tuesday, 14th of April, 2026. Joe Rogan sets Bernie Sanders straight on the climate crisis. Sanders: there are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. The last 10 years have been the warmest on record. Rogan: the Earth's temperature has never been static. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. We are in a cooling period. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control. That's the problem. The problem is giving people that are in power more control over citizens, and this is a vehicle for that. Yes, the Earth's temperature, as we know, and it's mostly coming from the sun, has changed. Climate change is natural. And there is no effects from carbon dioxide. In fact, we are in a carbon dioxide deficit. We need carbon dioxide because we need plants to grow and trees to grow. So all of it is a hoax. It's just to tax countries and to steal money, basically. Launder money, steal money, come up with all kinds of scams. As of Tuesday, April the 6th, 2026, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations activated, killing the fiat petrodollar SWIFT system. Expect bank closures. Love yourself, you are amazing. Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Oscar Wilde. Judy, note, as of Tuesday, April 6th, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency of 209 nations activated, killing the fiat petrodollar SWIFT system. Expect bank closures. There were 63 banks which have already collapsed because they were not Basel III compliant, could not back their monies with assets, with $517 billion lost. It was advised to take your monies out of your bank. All account balances have been mirrored onto the new Starling system, but you won't have access to your new bank account for a couple of weeks, and ATMs, credit and debit cards won't work. Why now? It gets complicated. In January 2016, the morning President Trump first took office, he paid a visit to CIA headquarters. The reason? It's literally a war of good against evil, as much as we don't want to admit it. Up until President Trump came into office in 2016, the Ninth Circle child sacrifice cult run by the Vatican and Zionist Israel, financed by fiat U.S. taxpayer dollars laundered through CIA, controlled our global economic affairs by way of Satan-worshipping pedophile parties and child sacrifices held on a regular basis across the globe. See Saturday, December 15, 2018 article, Before It's News, Bush, Clinton's Vatican, Royals, Hollywood, CIA, UK Prime Minister, Baptists into pedophilia. Where it was then given to the privately owned Vatican Bank and dispersed to privately owned central banks across the globe, filling their privately owned pockets and those of large corporations, global and political elites they wish to influence along the way. See Queen Elizabeth Vatican Canadian government. About a month later, the U.S. taxpayer monies arrived back into the privately owned New York Bank of Mellon coffers, where U.S. taxpayers were forced to borrow on their privately owned monies in order to pay U.S. government employees, a prime reason for the national debt. Throughout the Federal Reserve's history, there has been no public accounting or audit. By 1932, the Fed had printed so much fiat currency that the U.S. Inc. was bankrupt. By 1971, President Nixon had taken the U.S. off the gold standard. The fiat U.S. dollar system actually lasted to a 2008 official U.S. Inc. bankruptcy, after which an alliance called BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, formed a global asset-backed financial system for 209 nations, under which U.S. Inc. and their fiat U.S. dollar hobbled up to 2012, only to default on their loan that made the Chinese as their primary creditor. Friday, January 18, 2019, CIA Vatican Satanic Cult running our global monetary system. Monday, April 13, 2026. The storm is upon us, Patriots. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Within the next 48 hours, the 7 trumpets will sound on every phone, tablet, and device on Earth. Temporary martial law is now live. White Hat's in full control. 10 days of communication darkness incoming. Internet down. Banks offline, but fear not. Military Starlink apps already deployed for secure emergency contact. Over 50,000 deep state traders already loaded into convoys headed straight to Gitmo's new expansion wings. The Great Reset, EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. Monday, April 13, 2026, U.S. Army, under Trump's direct command, unleashes Operation Holy Fire. From the Temple Mount, King Trump gave the order at 0200 hours. The United States Army has activated Holy Fire protocol worldwide. Thousands of convulsing in the streets of D.C., New York, and L.A. as black entities explode into ash under military spotlights. U.S. Army now fully occupying Wall Street trading floors, Hollywood studios, and remaining Capitol tunnel entrances.
Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. Alternative before it's news. Ethan White. Bombshell. Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. The Great Reset on Telegram. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the Northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control, but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held. Precisely 120 days post the Gassara announcement. The focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market? Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to? Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them? Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first. Stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food. Not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines? Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps? Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life. Unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content? Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis. A world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The internet? Transformed. Banking systems? Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance. A veritable paradise on Earth. However, as the layers peel back, revealing covert operations, prepare to be flabbergasted. The faces you recognize might just be elaborate masquerades. Hollywood-grade masks, CGI marvels, and eerily realistic body doubles. Ever watch The Truman Show? Our reality might not be far off. With the scripted drama unfolding since 2015, or perhaps even earlier.
Wars, Wars, and Rumors of Wars, Monday, April 13th, 2026. CENTCOM to begin blockade of Iranian ports on Monday. And Sunday, April 12th, 2026, the United States Navy begins a total blockade of Iran. No ship enters, no ship leaves. Every port, every coastline, every barrel of oil. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. He gave them 21 hours to make a deal. They laughed. They said prolonged war. He hung up the phone and sealed the strait. They are now trapped inside their own country with no way to sell, ship, or survive. This is not a sanction. This is not a warning. This is a siege. The last time a superpower blockaded a nation like this, the Soviet Union collapsed 14 months later. He didn't ask NATO. He didn't ask Australia. He didn't ask permission. He gave an order, and the most powerful navy on earth moved. One man, one call, 1 hour. While the world debates, the noose is already tight. But Iran is not the prize. Iran is the pressure point. China supplies 87% of Iran's military imports. The drones, the radar, the missiles that tracked American jets. Every weapon Iran fired came through one door. The door just closed. 50% tariffs on every nation arming Iran. A naval wall around every Iranian port. And a message to Beijing that needs no translation. You funded the wrong side. Now you pay. Gold, $4,771.23, straight months of central bank buying. The longest streak in recorded history. They're not investing, they're building lifeboats. The dollar, 46% of global reserves, falling every week, every month, while gold climbs and the old system bleeds. You think the blockade is about oil? The blockade is about forcing the collapse. Every day Iran can't sell oil, the petrodollar loses another artery. Every day China pays tariffs, the supply chain of the old world cracks deeper. He's not just blocking ships. He's blocking the blood supply of the system that enslaved the planet for 80 years. And when it flatlines, the replacement is already built, gold-backed, quantum secured and waiting. The siege has begun. The old world is no exit. Code, blockade, 10 a.m. No exit.
U.S. Gulf Coast from every direction.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Gene Decode. Always an interesting podcast with Gene. Every single time. People love these podcasts. I'm just kind of in awe of the people turning on Trump.
What we think we know as of Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Monday, April 13th, Obama, Hillary Clinton, and John Brennan, CIA, knew there was no evidence that indicated Trump in foreign interference, ignored the CIA's report, used an ex-MI6 agent's report, and fabricated their own evidence to run a coup on a sitting president. They gaslit and lied to the American people for years with the help of the mainstream media and silenced any opposition. Traitors who commit treason must pay a price, or they will do it again. Examples need to be made, and these are the best people to start with. Monday, April 13th, 2026, the Red Cross was not only exposed a long time ago, it's connected to well over $2.3 billion taxpayer dollars from U.S. aid. The ICRC even reached out and denied all accusations. Here's your alleged regime change and money laundering operation funds. Containers filled with endless amounts of cash are connected to over $2.3 billion of taxpayer money being funneled through the International Committee of the Red Cross and the U.S. Agency for the International Development. Now that it has been confirmed that U.S. aid is an enormous money laundering operation.
It's not even here. Live for today, and then you don't need to live in fear, because you're not fearful of what's coming. You're not fearful of what's gone, because what's gone's gone. Live for today. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is viral claims suggest Donald Trump has taken control of the Straits of Hormuz and dismantled a so-called British-backed extortion network.
Well, this is all part of the movie. And this is exposing the corruption of the British involvement, the EU involvement, and the US involvement. Now, it's for those people who are not up to speed. What's going on in Iran, the bad part of Iran, was planted there by the CIA and Mossad. That is now being dismantled by Donald Trump. It'll make it look like the US is beating Iran. Well, they're not. They're dismantling the corrupt system that the US installed in Iran with the help of Mossad that's caused all the problems. Iran as a country was never a problem other than it was not part of the banking system that they wanted it to be a part of. Also, it's an empire that's never fallen. And of course, the US corporation, the UK corporation, they're both falling empire. The UK is a fallen empire. The US is a an empire that's now falling in real time. So to watch an empire that's still standing hurts. My next story is there's lots of people out there asking about the reset. When's it going to happen? Well, it's happening now in real time. Your reset is happening right now. Now, if you want to be part of the reset, you're going to go through a period of your life where your inner voice is shouting at you, screaming at you. This is the upgrade. This is you upgrading so that you're ready for the reset. Because if you're not ready for the reset and it happens, you'll be left behind. So now there's people out there that are going to be suffering because this is all part of the upgrade, the update. And you don't want that upgrade and update to be contaminated. It's a bit like an iPhone when it updates. If you play around with it while it's updating, you contaminate the update, the upgrade. The same as you, if you watch mainstream media right now, you will contaminate your upgrade and your update. It's up to you. Doesn't matter to me, but it's your choice. Do you want a clean and clear update and upgrade, ready for the reset? Or do you want one that's contaminated? It's your choice. Drew.
Next up, King Charles betrays Britain again. Charles is set to include legislation to bring the UK under new EU single market rules in his annual King's speech. Him and Starmer want to drag us back into the EU after 17,410,742 people voted to leave. Democracy is dead in Britain.
This is all part of the plan to wake people up, and people are waking up. That when your king and your government go against the will of the people, and the biggest problem the UK has is they love the royals. And I used to be one of them. I used to love the royals until I found out what they were all about. And then when you work out what they're all about and get the rose-tinted glasses off and look at them for what they really are, King Charles, best friend Jimmy Savile, Andrew, best friend Epstein, they're not exactly role models, are they? William, 5 years, whilst married, having an affair with another lady, they're not really role models. And yet, we look up to these people. It's time to wake up. My last and final story is an important one because this is in the Bible. This is Revelation 3 verse 9. Refers to the synagogue of Satan. Those who claim to be Jews and are not. And the ones that claim to be Jews and are not are easy to identify because they're the ones that call you an anti-Semite. Because real Jews don't do that. The fake ones do. They're the ones who call you out as an anti-Semite because they've been planning for this for a long time. They've been planning for a very, very long time. So they've prepared the world to call you an anti-Semite when you call them out.
Saturday, April 11th, Underground Empire discovered. Follow the tunnels, follow the money. $21 trillion heist. Elite dumb cities exposed. They didn't lose the money, they buried it underground. Q on Telegram. The globalist elite have been exposed in a massive $21 trillion heist that patriots are now uncovering. They didn't lose the money through accounting errors. Instead, they siphoned it into building an underground empire of deep underground military bases or DUMBs. These hidden cities are engineered to shield the cabal from the very collapse they have orchestrated on the surface world. In the years leading up to 2026, vast sums of taxpayer money were funneled through black project budgets into these subterranean fortresses. While Americans faced economic struggles, open borders, and division tactics, The deep state built luxury bunkers equipped with the most advanced technology imaginable. Mark Skidmore's research revealed how trillions disappeared from Department of Defense and HUD ledgers. This was no mistake, but deliberate theft to create escape plans for the ruling elite. Catherine Austin Fitts has confirmed on public platforms how these funds created a parallel world beneath our feet, inaccessible to the average citizen. The DEM network includes extensive tunnel systems, with maglev trains capable of high-speed travel between bases across the country and beyond, powered by zero-point energy and featuring self-sustaining systems, genetic labs, and AI capabilities. These cities represent a breakaway civilization funded by the people they seek to control. This act of treason reveals the true nature of the globalist agenda. They plan to retreat underground during engineered crises, leaving the population above to fend for themselves in chaos. The tunnel connects their operations, potentially hiding even darker activities that QAnon researchers have suspected for years. The Great Awakening is gaining momentum as these truths surface in 2026. White hats within the military are exposing the network, aligning with the Q plan to dismantle the deep state. Patriots are fired up and ready to demand answers. Follow the money straight down the tunnels. Demand full audits of black budgets and full disclosure of dumb locations. The cabal thought they could hide forever, but the light of truth is penetrating their underground lairs. Patriots worldwide are uniting to tear down this hidden empire. The elite will face justice for their betrayal. The storm is here, and victory belongs to we the people as the underground secrets are brought to the surface. Monday, April 13th, JAG arrests Obama's Secretary of Energy, who sold U.S. nuclear secrets to China. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. The U.S. Navy Judge Advocate General's Corps had struck a powerful blow against the deep state this week, arresting former Obama Secretary of Energy Stephen Chu at his Silicon Valley residence. The charges involved Chu selling critical U.S. nuclear secrets to Chinese government representatives, a brazen act of treason that threatens national security. Chu, age 78, and a Chinese-American physicist with a Nobel Prize, oversaw the Department of Energy during Obama's term from 2009 to 2013. His role provided unrestricted access to the nation's nuclear weapons program, including the 3,800 warheads and the complete nuclear triad details. According to JAG insiders, Chu passed classified data to Chinese contacts earlier this year via a thumb drive during a meeting. The information included Minutemen III ICBM maintenance schedules and secret nuclear transport methods, posing an immense danger to the United States. Discovery began with a sealed envelope delivered to the U.S. Embassy in Beijing recently. It held a thumb drive and a letter naming Chu and noting his payment in diamonds worth $1.5 million. When Justice Department efforts stalled, President Trump directed JAG to handle the matter and use any necessary methods to expose the truth. JAG agents reached Chu's home late one evening with warrants. Despite his claims of immunity from Obama, agents pulled him from a window and secured him in their vehicle. During the process, Chu confessed rapidly under questioning, disclosing the diamond's location meant for his family's inheritance. Recovery of the diamond serves as undeniable proof. Chu will now face a military tribunal at Gitmo for his crimes. This case reveals the extensive infiltration by traitors in the Obama administration who prioritized foreign powers over America. Patriots know this arrest marks another victory in the ongoing purge of the cabal. The White Hats are systematically dismantling the deep state network, with Trump guiding from the front lines of this battle. The Great Awakening accelerates daily. Expect more high-profile arrests soon as justice unfolds at Guantanamo Bay. The storm is here. The Republic will be restored stronger than ever. Where we go one, we go all. These developments prove the light is triumphing over darkness, and true accountability is finally being delivered to those who sold out our great nation. The crackdown has begun. Operation Final Judgment. At first light, a decisive operation unfolded across the United States. Under direct military coordination, thousands of individuals accused of undermining national interests were taken into custody in a synchronized, large-scale sweep. Julian Assange on Telegram, Sunday, April 12, 2026. And a quote from an SRA survivor: "Our world is controlled and run by satanic pedophile psychopaths. May God continue to bless our great nation and her people as we enter our 250th year. America will prevail. President Donald J. Trump." And from George Washington, "One nation under God." Remembering an antidote. Choosing to remember God mutes our murmuring. Focusing on Him and acting on His promises points us forward. And so in those moments that are hard, when the days feel long or when hope seems distant, let us remember that the same God who delivered Israel still delivers His children today. Judy note: Sunday, April 12th, military intelligence reported that a massive underground tunnel city discovered directly beneath Washington, D.C., has been the central hub of the Clinton child trafficking ring for over 30 years. Direct high-speed rail lines run from Hillary's Chappaqua estate straight into the White House basement and Capitol sub-levels. As of this hour, over 412,000 children have been rescued from this single network, many of them reporting they were moved through these very rails during the Clinton years. Also on Sunday, April 12th, President Trump confirmed from his secure bunker that the U.S. has fully secured the Iran underground plant vault south of Tehran. There, U.S. Special Forces extracted the original Epstein extortion archives. Every tape, every session, every name. He now had the proof to take down the fake Jewish Zionists and deep state cabal's ninth circle. Epstein victim Maria Farmer said, "The circle saw themselves as the chosen race, believing their DNA made them superior. According to Farmer, they openly demeaned and looked down on Gentiles." These Zionist deep state Kabbalists had built a worldwide power structure through central banks, private agencies, and captured U.S. government departments. Using compromised politicians, they money laundered American tax dollars into black budgets that financed bioweapon labs, election manipulation tools, and surveillance grids, used to manipulate and maintain their power. Meanwhile, President Trump has quietly seized full control of the deep state cabal's money source, the fiat currency of the global financial system. Last Tuesday, April 7, 2026, Trump implemented a gold asset-backed global currency reset in 209 countries, thereby taking away power from the corrupt cabal by establishing a sovereign, gold-backed U.S. Treasury note system. Trump also made sure there was no more income taxes, only tariffs plus a simple 14% sales tax on new goods. The fiat dollar was dying and the entire deep state empire was melting down in real time. Those acts produced a need for soon activation of the emergency broadcast system to expose all. Worldwide temporary martial law would remain in full effect to keep homelands calm while the truth hits like thunder. Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational, 209 nations, with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs, and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased, IRS abolished, prosperity funds launched for we the people. The cabal's swift global financial system Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication officially died and admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Saturday, April 11th, 2026, at precisely 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, control of global satellite communications shifted. Space-based infrastructure was now under military command. Starlink systems have been rerouted to secured frequencies beyond the civilian access. On Sunday, April 12th, start of new financial era. April 13th, President Donald Trump was set to make an announcement aimed at dismantling entrenched power structures that have controlled governments, finances, and media for decades. On Saturday, April 18th, possible EBS broadcast. Emergency Broadcast System. Sunday, April 12, 2026. Breaking now, U.S. military units in high gear on EBS training, full control of TV, phones, and internet being prepared now. The White House has signaled that the time has come. Sometime in the next 2 days, a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. You will see the global military alliance on the streets making arrests of corrupt pedophile Satan worshippers. The corruption was coming to an end. The old world would end with a broadcast. The new world would begin as you explained to those around you what was going on.
When is the EBS?
Well, that's about as dumb as it comes, okay? If we all knew the schedule, then it'd be like the attack at Pearl Harbor, as Trump said, a little surprise. Come on, man.
What he put out, the reset's coming.
Okay, reset is a whole different thing. Reset in what area? Is it going to be a medical reset? Is it going to be the food reset? Is it going to be a power system reset? The cell phones that need to be reset because they're weaponized? Is it going to be the financial reset? I'm just saying, he's not clarifying. We have multiple things that have to be reset that are going to be reset. In the broadest sense, resetting the way that we have to constantly be chased around with terrorism and going to the next conflict and war and surprise and everything else, taking it out at the roots. That's like really smart. And Iran is, at the center of much of that. So, excuse me, the reset can mean different things in different places. Give me a fucking break.
On Wednesday, April 18th, 2026, a global announcement was reportedly scheduled to be delivered through the emergency broadcast system, reaching mobile devices across the world. According to these claims, the announcement would address issues tied to U.S. national security and introduce sweeping economic reforms associated with the so-called Nassar-Jassara framework. These reforms were described as a means of eliminating global debt and redistributing wealth back to citizens. By that point, the EBS would have overridden major media channels, including television, radio, and internet platforms, to ensure universal access to the message. The broadcast was expected to instruct people worldwide to return home within 5 hours in preparation for a temporary global lockdown, estimated to last between 10 and 12 days. During the first 72 hours of this period, it was claimed that coordinated transmissions from multiple countries would air continuously in numerous languages. These broadcasts were said to present extensive documentary-style content, outlining alleged covert operations by an international alliance, working to dismantle entrenched power structures and reveal hidden truths to the global population. EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. The worldwide EBS emergency broadcast system was about to begin its final phase, which included 10 days of darkness, mass arrests, and nationwide operations. A whopping 50,000 military troops have been mobilized to ensure the EBS is supported. With U.S. Inc. dissolved, President Trump has restored America's sovereignty by a return to the original Constitution and common law, while maritime law has officially collapsed. As Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance, President Trump has given a go for the military to take down the deep state cabal across the world. Expect soon worldwide EBS, blackout, martial law, and lockdowns for 10 to 12 days during mass arrests. Prepare, trust the plan. Saturday, April 11th, EBS deployment window this week. Red folder unsealed, final phase initiated on Saturday, April 11th, 2026 at precisely 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Control of global satellite communication shifted. Space-based infrastructure is now under military command. Starlink systems have been rerouted to secured frequencies beyond civilian access. 10 nations are moving in lockstep, aligning their emergency broadcast systems for synchronized activation. What follows is not a message. It is a controlled global disclosure event. The broadcast protocol, 8 hours per cycle, 3 times daily, 10 consecutive days. No interruptions, no external interference. What will be exposed? Military tribunal recordings involving high-ranking political figures, corporate elites, and media power players, documented evidence of international trafficking operations. The Epstein network fully unsealed, no redactions. Classified bioweapon programs tied to state-level funding. The transition framework, QFS activation, and SR-to-SR rollout sequence. Martial law protocols will be enforced during the broadcast period to maintain stability. National Guard units are already positioned across multiple regions. Recent global conflicts were not the objective. They were the distraction. The real operation has been unfolding behind the scenes. Targets secured, evidence prepared, timeline locked, authorization was finalized. The directive was given. The system you've known is reaching its end cycle. A new structure is being introduced. Controlled, monitored, irreversible. Prepare accordingly. Secure essentials. Stay informed. Keep communication lines open with your family. The next phase will not be explained. It will be shown. Stay alert. Global financial collapse. Banks operate with 0% reserve requirements while loaning out up to 26 times your deposits. We're sitting on a massive quadrillion derivatives market. And if things go south, the entire system could collapse. They loan what you don't have. They bet on what doesn't exist. They build everything on a foundation of air. Sunday, April 12th, Operation Final Judgment. The crackdown has begun. Julian Assange on Telegram. At first light, a decisive operation unfolded across the United States. Under direct military coordination, thousands of individuals accused of undermining national interests were taken into custody in a synchronized, large-scale sweep. Within hours, transport aircraft were mobilized, moving detainees towards secured military facilities for further processing. It was not random. It was structured, calculated, and executed with precision. The operation targeted a wide network of figures across multiple sectors, individuals long suspected of operating behind the scenes in ways that weakened institutional stability, distorted public systems, and redirected national priorities. For years, these concerns were dismissed or buried. Now they are being acted upon. Simultaneous actions took place across major cities and strategic regions. There were no prior announcements, no leaks, and no hesitation. Teams moved quickly, securing locations and transferring detainees through controlled channels. The scale alone signals a shift that many believed would never come. At the center of this moment is a deeper claim that power structures had grown beyond accountability, protected by complexity, influence, and silence. This operation challenges that idea directly. Processing is ongoing. Facilities are operating continuously, handling intake, identification, and case review. What was once speculation is now being translated into action, with systems moving faster than traditional channels ever allowed. The broader impact is already being felt. For many, these represent a turning point, a moment where long-standing frustrations meet visible response. For others, it raises serious questions about how such power is exercised and what comes next. One thing is certain. This marks a shift in direction, a moment where control, accountability, and authority are being redefined in real time. Global Military Alliance, Friday, April 10th. Earth Alliance war active now. U.S. military raids, global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech. Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Right now, the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. And remember, just a side note, remember that the light beings and off-world ETs and Commander Thor and Venusians, they are also doing a lot of hard work where they are risking their lives in those deep, deep tunnels, destroying and killing evil and rescuing children when they can. So, it's important that we always recognize what they're doing, I don't think we could save this planet without them. So we need to always thank them. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East, repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the Alliance intensified tunnel clearances connected to trafficking and illegal arms. Strikes hit sites in over 100 countries, targeting trafficking, bioweapons, and energy grids. Quantum-free energy technologies are recovered as the labs come under White Hat control, heading toward public deployment to end scarcity. Tribunals process cabal elites in real time, spotting clones with advanced scans. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nasara Jasara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls stargates, and Iran Ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the Dark Fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals, but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings. Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White Hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here, and the deep state is finished forever. And just a reminder, when we are in Iran and we are taking out facilities and things, they're also deep underground. There's some sort of black rock or something underground and hide like alien technology. And they're retrieving that and neutralizing it also. But they're not going to say that. They're not going to come out and tell you that on, of course, mainstream media will never tell you that. So the narrative is, they have nuclear weapons. We can't let them have nuclear weapons. But the narrative is something put out there. Deep state controls the mainstream media, so that's what they want you to think. But we know there's more to it than what we hear on the mainstream media. The Ninth Circle Satanic Cult Agenda, Saturday, April 11th, 2026. George Soros, USAID, OCCRP, Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, the world's largest consortium of investigative journalists, and the CIA have taxpayer-funded psychological warfare and regime change operations on U.S. soil, Edward Snowden on Telegram. George Soros, USAID, OCCRP, and the CIA have targeted American citizens and funded radical left Marxist agendas through front companies and corrupt NGOs. Soros, USAID, the CIA, and OCCRP were all funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars, either by congressional approval or money laundering, and were the same exact groups that funded Trump's impeachment. They were the same groups that were supposed to work for the president, but were working directly against the president. How many more organizations that are funded with taxpayer dollars or budgets are completely state and grant funded that are really just fronts for these exact type of operations? Saturday, April 11th, Underground Empire discovered. Follow the tunnels, follow the money. $21 trillion heist. Elite dumb cities exposed. They didn't lose the money, they buried it underground. Q on Telegram. The globalist elite have been exposed in a massive $21 trillion heist that patriots are now uncovering. They didn't lose the money through accounting errors. Instead, they siphoned it into building an underground empire of deep underground military bases, or DUMBs. These hidden cities are engineered to shield the cabal from the very collapse they have orchestrated on the surface world. In the years leading up to 2026, vast sums of taxpayer money were funneled through black project budgets into these subterranean fortresses. While Americans faced economic struggles, open borders, and division tactics, the deep state built luxury bunkers equipped with the most advanced technology imaginable. Mark Skidmore's research revealed how trillions disappeared from Department of Defense and HUD ledgers. This was no mistake, but deliberate theft to create escape plans for the ruling elite. Catherine Austin Fitts has confirmed on public platforms how these funds created a parallel world beneath our feet, inaccessible to the average citizen. The DUMB network includes extensive tunnel systems, with maglev trains capable of high-speed travel between bases across the country and beyond, powered by zero-point energy and featuring self-sustaining systems, genetic labs, and AI capabilities. These cities represent a breakaway civilization funded by the people they seek to control. This act of treason reveals the true nature of the globalist agenda. They plan to retreat underground during engineered crises, leaving the population above to fend for themselves in chaos. The tunnel connects their operations, potentially hiding even darker activities the QAnon researchers have suspected for years. The Great Awakening is gaining momentum as these truths surface in 2026. White hats within the military are exposing the network, aligning with the Q plan to dismantle the deep state. Patriots are fired up and ready to demand answers. Follow the money straight down the tunnels. Demand full audits of black budgets and full disclosure of dumb locations. The cabal thought they could hide forever, but the light of truth is penetrating their underground layers. Patriots worldwide are uniting to tear down this hidden empire. The elite will face justice for their betrayal. The storm is here, and victory belongs to we the people as the underground secrets are brought to the surface.
The 13th of April 2026. Saturday, the 11th of April 2026. Update. CENTCOM Supreme Commander Admiral Brad Cooper stated that the United States Navy has begun establishing a new safe passage for commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The route will be shared soon to restore confidence and ensure the free flow of commerce. Saturday, the 11th of April 2026. Barack Obama shipped $1.7 billion in cash to Iran. Pallets stacked high, flown straight into Tehran right before he left office. Obama funded the evil regime in Iran with our tax money. Treason. Saturday, the 11th of April 2026. Breaking. Iran strikes reveal direct undersea super tunnel to U.S. President Trump, safe in the secure White Hat command bunker. Just watch the impossible happen live. The precision strikes on Iran triggered the master tunnel map to explode with a new glowing red line, a 5,000-mile undersea super tunnel running straight from Iranian D-state bunkers into hidden U.S. coastal DUMBs along California and Florida. U.S. Army forces under Trump's direct command are already inside both ends, raiding live as we speak. Temporary martial law has now expanded a full coastal lockdown to protect the rescue operation. The hidden truth on Telegram. Judy note. This happened last week sometime. Saturday the 11th of April, 2026. Shocking. The Irish government is at war with its own people. Ireland's defense minister confirms the army is being sent to crush peaceful protesters. They're deploying troops against Irish citizens while the country is flooded with migrants. Treason. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Sunday the 12th of April, 2026. Fox News. Gavin Newsom's $30 billion in home care program in California is losing $6 billion to $12 billion a year to fraud. The truth is, Newsom is not losing anything. Newsom is laundering $6 to $12 billion taxpayer dollars a year into his political support base through fraud. During March and April 2026, the alliance intensified tunnel clearances connected to trafficking in illegal arms. Strikes hit sites in over 100 countries targeting trafficking, bioweapons, and energy grids. Saturday the 11th of April 2026, Fox News. Joe Biden's own DOJ confirmed in a court of law, just days after he was overthrown by his own party, that Joe Biden committed treason. A criminal Romanian oligarch bribed Hunter Biden with over $3 million to influence U.S. policy through the big guy, Joe Biden. Saturday the 11th of April 2026, there were 16 states that used voting machines tied to George Soros through Smartmatic. How long have our elections really been rigged? Soros was also found to be connected to the Clinton Foundation, using your taxpayer dollars through front companies and NGOs to fund regime change operations across the globe, including right here in the United States. Pastor Bob Joyce Elvis? On Telegram. Saturday the 11th of April 2026. The Minnesota Freedom Caucus announces that impeachment hearings for Tim Walz and Keith Ellison will take place next week. Martial law on Telegram. Saturday the 11th of April 2026, after a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election, a forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." The Schiff on Telegram. Sunday the 12th of April 2026. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is announcing the termination of $580,000, 0.00 in DoD contracts and grants. We the people want a refund. Sunday the 12th of April 2026. Welcome to a $19.8 million adult daycare in California. No adults, no info. How to enroll my grandma. Phone number to nowhere. New BMW parked outside is a prime example of fraud, waste, and abuse. End the fraud. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram.
Sunday, April 12th. These are the persons we're dealing with, their job and responsibility. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Number 1, Rothschild Vector Banking and the Architecture of Central Banks. Mayor Amschel Rothschild started the company in Frankfurt. He sent 5 of his sons to London, Paris, Vienna, Naples, and Frankfurt to set up a network of private banks that lent money to governments and made money from both sides of wars. Ownership stakes, advisory roles, and marrying into European nobility all gave people power. Rockefeller Vector, oil, pharma, foundations, and policy making. John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil monopoly, which was broken up by its power, was spread out, turned into banking through Chase Manhattan, pharmaceuticals, education, and global health policy through foundations interlocks with the Trilateral Commission. The Bilderberg Group and conservation efforts hid plans for managing resources and people. Number 3, Pesor Vector. The American corporate shell empire. It is said that Daniel Pesor came to America around 1814, married into local families, and built up a lot of property through trusts. Class A preferred stock, always certificate number 1, and proxy names, Springs, Beatty, Poor, etc. The theory suggests that early railroads, banks like the Bank of America, and corporate shells were all controlled from North Carolina and other places. Khazarian legacy narratives. Merchant and financial diaspora threads. This party believes that medieval Khazar converts made a mafia of fake Jewish identity that got into banking and power structures and mixed with Rothschild-era networks to gain control over the world. People say that it is used to frame larger anti-Semitic groups that include politics, finance, and the media. The Springmeyer template for the 13 bloodlines framework and connections. Astor, real estate, fur, trade, wealth. Bundy, political intel ties. Collins, DuPont, chemicals, explosives. Freeman, Kennedy, politics, media. Lee, Asian finance, shipping. Onassis, shipping. Russell, Skull and Bones, Yale. Van Dunn, Merovingian, European royal claims as 13th line, plus Rothschild, Rockefeller as anchors. This week I'll go into more detail. This could easily cover thousands of pages. Here are the 5 things that are freeing us from these cabal. Number 1, executive orders aimed at networks that traffic people. Number 2, the Space Force is always watching and mapping assets. Number 3, financial rails that follow ISO 20022 and XRP bridge settlement. Number 4, Basel III capital rules and pressure to move away from SWIFT. Number 5, the new design of the Treasury dollar and the July 4th symbolic reset. Saturday, April 11th, Judgment Day activated. Grand jury targets the core of power. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The narrative shifts now, not slowly, not quietly, but with force. The Department of Justice has moved. A federal grand jury is being positioned as the mechanism through which one of the most controversial political chapters in modern U.S. history will be examined. This is no longer speculation, no longer commentary, no longer media noise. This is a legal process with real weight. A grand jury is not a press conference. It is not a headline. It is where evidence is placed in front of citizens with the authority to decide whether charges move forward. When this step is taken, it signals escalation. It means the system is no longer observing, it is acting. For years, the events surrounding the Russiagate investigations have divided the country. One side called it necessary oversight. The other called it coordinated political attack. Now, those arguments begin to move out of the public arena and into a legal one. Names that have dominated political discourse for nearly a decade are again at the center of attention. Former officials, intelligence leaders, and key figures connected to past investigations are being pulled back into focus. The difference now is not media coverage, but legal scrutiny. What changes everything is the structure of the process itself. A grand jury operates behind closed doors. Evidence is presented, testimonies are heard. There is no performance, no cameras, no political spin. Only one question matters. Is there enough to proceed? If the answer is yes, indictments follow. This is why the moment carries weight, because it moves the conversation from theory to consequence. Recent developments, including the declassification of previously withheld intelligence and renewed reviews of past actions, have added fuel to an already volatile situation. Claims, counterclaims, and long-standing accusations are now being funneled into a system designed to produce a definitive outcome. At the center of all is a larger question that has never been fully resolved. Were the institutions acting in defense of democracy, or were they used as instruments of political power? That question is no longer being debated in interviews or articles. It is being examined where it matters most. Inside the legal system, the Department of Justice, supported by federal investigators and prosecutors, is now driving the process forward. Procedures are being reset. Cases are being reevaluated. Paths that once seemed closed are being reopened. This signals something important, not necessarily the outcome, but the intent to reach one. If indictments come, the impact will be historic. If they do not, the process itself will still reshape public perception of what happened and who was responsible. Either way, the era of uncertainty begins to close. For years, many believed nothing would happen, that this system would stall, delay, and ultimately protect itself, that this chapter would remain unresolved, buried under layers of politics and time. That belief is now being tested, because a grand jury is a point of no return. Once activated, it moves forward until a decision is made. No commentary can stop it. No narrative can redirect it. Only evidence matters now. The process has begun. The system is in motion. And whatever comes next will not be decided in headlines, but in courtrooms. This is where outcomes are no longer suggested. They are determined.
Will the military process the over 600,000 federal sealed indictments? All right, folks, as promised, I said I was going to do a 10-question rapid fire with Juan. Let's see if Juan can do this. Let's see if there's any glitches, any problems with the internet. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can accomplish this. First of all, Juanito, I want to ask you a question from me. This is a question from me to start this off.
Okay.
Podcasters like Alex Jones and Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. Now that Trump's called them out, you know, I've always said that podcasters would be activated for such a time as now. Are these podcasters being activated, or do they really believe what they believe? They're not. Are they compromised or not?
Oh, I don't know that they're compromised. I just think that they're going with trends that seem to make sense. Let me just say this real quick. I actually personally was a little bit concerned on the, for example, the Sandy Hook thing. I understand the judgment, the whole schmear, but I looked at that pretty closely back at the time, and I'm pretty comfortable that Sandy Hook is a problem. I don't think we've heard the end of it. It's 9/11-ish, okay? We got sold a bill of goods. But that doesn't change the fact that, these are people that have gone unhinged. We're in a time of war. Excuse me. You don't do that.
Well, they're doubling down.
Kind of situation. Yeah, I know.
They're doubling down right now. Alex Jones is defending his position. They're all doubling down, tripling down.
Yeah, look, is there a problem with the Charlie Kirk thing? Absolutely.
Number 2, when is the EBS?
Well, that's about as dumb as it comes, okay? If we all knew the schedule, then it'd be like the attack at Pearl Harbor, as Trump said, a little surprise. Come on, man.
But he put out the reset's coming.
Okay, reset is a whole different thing. Reset in what area? Is it going to be a medical reset? Is it going to be the food reset? Is it going to be a power system reset? The cell phones that need to be reset because they're weaponized? Is it going to be the financial reset? Just saying, he's not clarifying. We have multiple things that have to be reset, that are going to be reset. In the broadest sense, resetting the way that we have to constantly be chased around with terrorism and going to the next conflict and war and surprise and everything else, taking it out at the roots. That's like really smart. And Iran is, at the center of much of that. So, excuse me, the reset can mean different things in different places. Give me a fucking break.
Charlie Kirk assassination, real or fake?
I don't think that we have good answers on that, and I don't think that I certainly wouldn't say that that's done.
Is the Q operation real?
Of course, anybody that asks is it real or not, why don't you go take a powder and wait for the reset, and we'll reevaluate for you. Come on, give me a break. On the technical side, every single post can be deciphered with numerical meaning and precision and the pacing, etc. A lot of that stuff could only be done if you have access to extremely important computers within the way that stuff gets posted on the internet to get things down to the second. Even the biggest companies without locations within the pipeline can't do that. It wasn't done from grandma's basement, okay? It's as simple as that. You don't like what was said, you don't understand it. Okay, well, relax. You're going to get a chance to understand it. If there's going to be a lot of people by the time it's all over. They still have that glazed over look in their eyes, but I don't understand. But and there's a place for it. Go join the Flat Earth Society, and you'll feel right at home. Come on.
Wow, you got my next question. Okay? Well, then I'll switch it since you just answered that. Antarctica, ice
It's
wall.
a cult. It's a cult. I'm sorry. The Flat Earth thing. A Satanist got paid just under $500,000 for 2 years that we know of, and there may be many more, to use the Flat Earth storyline in order to map the suggestible nodes within the Patriot community. Okay? People that would then pass on other stuff. They mapped using that. It's like pinging, looking for an oil field with big thumpers.
You
to find
told me
out,
who did it. Can we say who it is? Can we see?
Yeah. Michael Aquino. Yeah,
Michael
he got money
Aquino's
from
the
Department
one.
of Defense. Yeah, who got money?
Is he
from
like the
Department of
modern day
Defense.
Aleister Crowley?
He would say that that's probably true. Yes.
Wow. All right. Let's get to the next
And
one.
he
Hold
wants
on.
to match Aleister Crowley on some very horrific things, and some of the allies of his. He's on another whatever. You got to wonder when they say that kind of stuff, and then it turns out it's not true, and they've been talking to him the whole time. Very, very disturbing. But anyway, I don't want to dive into that too far.
All right. Okay. Let's get to the next one. Or do you want to answer that? Pass.
As long as someone's in your heart and mind, they're never dead.
Okay. Epstein. Is it true there will be no prosecutions for the Epstein files?
Now, who's the dumbass saying that?
Diana Brookers. Brooks.
Diana, come on, man.
Dan Brooks.
Dan or Diana?
Diane.
Okay, Diane, listen. We aren't done. We're far from done. Obviously, we can't prosecute Epstein. Ghislaine's in jail. Of course, there's prosecutions happening. The stuff that you're looking for is tied into things that are so big, you probably haven't even considered it yet. Okay? And unfortunately, that kind of stuff has to be, properly handled. So there's stuff into the banking that almost hasn't been touched so far with the people involved on the Epstein stuff that Epstein was brokering. So take a breath. Of course, we're pursuing this as best as possible. Bondi asked the FBI for all this evidence. They didn't even give it to her. Found hidden rooms at the FBI in Washington, D.C. and found more evidence. Somebody at the FBI was hiding it. We only located that from the burn bags at the FBI office. There is so much more coming.
Well, will Trump's new attorney general finally basically drop the hammer? Are they going to serve out indictments?
Well, I think that's the whole point. Why did Trump have to put Bondi in there in the first place? Because Congress would not have approved some of the people that Trump wanted to put in as the attorney general. Why? Because they would have done stuff Trump wanted to do, which was far more severe. So he had to put an intermediate player in there just to get through Congress at the beginning of this term. Same thing with Cash. I got to answer the question. Take a second. The reality is, whoever comes in next, I told you, Nino, from day one that she was not going to be a permanent. She was just to buy time.
You
Somebody else
absolutely,
could,
you
whoever the
100%
next
did.
one
You
is,
100% did.
we'll be having 1,000 times more opportunity to go to the wall because we're coming into a different environment. You want to talk about reset? It's across the board, including how the Justice Department works. Okay, so hold on and be careful. All the stuff that you're wishing for, I don't want to hear one complaint from anybody that's asking those kind of questions. Are we going to see anything? When it goes so fast and you have hundreds of indictments in days and weeks, don't complain that it's going too fast. They can't keep up. We don't know. Bullshit.
The next one. Since Trump is putting his signature on the dollar, will the currency shift be apparent by the 4th of July? Would Trump really put his name on fiat paper turds?
Rome was not built in a day. And by the way, the whole monetary system with the Federal Reserve stuff and all, it's all built on a Roman model. In fact, the treasury in Rome was at the Temple of Saturn. These are Saturnists that are running this global financial system. It's too long of a story for here, but the short version is that, by the way, they put all their little codes and symbols, owls and frogs and numbers and all sorts of things, the shapes and everything. The dollar has so many occult symbols that are imprinted on it so that you carry their occult magic in your pocket. It's magic for them because it makes them, wealthy. And starting to force them to have Trump's signature on their stuff to cancel out their bullshit is kind of a joke. It's kind of fun.
When is the necessary scare event? And why have a necessary scare event? So why even have one, and when is it?
Snake bite. When's he going to get you? There's a snake loose in the room. When's he going to get you? Give me a break.
Good point.
It's going to be when it is. I mean, I'm sorry. There's stuff that's not date driven. It's sequence driven. We cannot really effectively have all the attention come back when we get into the arrests until these things across the globe are reeled in so they can't be used to pull our attention other places.
How will the military process the over 600,000 federal sealed indictments?
Well, again, it's probably not just that those indictments are 600,000. There's several million names in those indictments. Many of the indictments have the same names on multiple indictments. So, but at the end of the day, you're talking millions, and there's so many different areas that it covers. When we get into that, what it does is it allows for us to move quickly. But a lot of those indictments will be updated. So, for example, in the election stuff, even though we had stuff back in 2015, 16, 17, there's other stuff that updates fresh and new that has not been served, and the indictments don't time out, that are still in the federal court system all across the country, 54 federal courts.
Will Obama be the first arrest?
No.
Okay.
The first arrest, Podesta has some serious problems. Brennan has some serious problems. You see either of them get arrested, you know that they didn't do what they did by themselves. Many others were involved. So because of the way Brennan's been conducting himself and where he's hanging out, there may be a few extra twists in that one.
All right. When is Watch the Water going to happen?
Well, again, putting a date on certain things is a misunderstanding. We have checkpoints, choke points that we have to get through. And so we're closing on some of those now. And I would say we're on, pretty good on the timing. But I think it's better to view all of these things not looking for a date or timing by a date calendar, but by checkpoints. We haven't dealt with Cuba yet, so a lot of this won't happen until we have Cuba resolved. Also, it's a critical thing, and then there's really kind of two parallel things here. There's the Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and similar country type stuff, and then there's stuff in the markets. At the end of the day, it's City of London. It's the Wall Street crowd, which includes other markets around the world, such as the Nikkei and things like that. And then it's the military's been getting cleaned out, gutted out of some of these, problem children.
Rapid fire. Last question: is Israel really going to be saved for last?
Well, I think you see that happening right now. Again, there's so many angles to this. The largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C., the Israeli lobbying group. Oh, okay, but hold on. Before you get all amped up. Second largest lobbying group, Saudi Arabia. And then if you add all of the Arab nations, the OPEC group, into either of those equations, they, outnumber the amount of money that's spent in lobbying Washington, D.C. like 3-1 over the Israeli lobby. So, but why I even raise that? Because Israel's being used as a stumbling block to take us to this third world war that many of the cults, especially the Masonic cult and Albert Pike, have a wet dream about causing the world to go into, to cause the three world religions, Abrahamic religions, which is the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians, to fight each other. They all claim the same father, back to Father Abraham, Father of the Faithful. Their vision, this satanic vision, is to get the three half brothers fighting each other, and then they step into the gap after we beat each other's brains in. So at the end of the day, the fight is on, because remember, Israel was created through the Balfour Declaration, and that crowd that's taken over the Palestine area and doing the return of the faithful to Israel, a lot of these are very good people, but for everybody in the audience, don't interrupt me, this is very important. If you've ever been conned by somebody, they're your best friend, they have the greatest idea, they will, oh, brother, sister, everything else. And right up until you get the slap in the face, okay? This situation there in Israel, getting the particular political crowd in there. Remember, the Brits were behind all of that shit, and their whole thing is divide and conquer. They're using that as a stumbling block to the world to create endless conflict, especially at the heart of the region, which is the energy supplier to the world. So why even the timing of Israel at that time in that region? Because it's the energy supply point. That's where the spigot gets turned on. The world runs on energy. George W. Bush said, after 9/11, we're in a endless war against terrorism that has no end. Okay, well, we're putting an end to it. Come May 17th, for the 49 days up to July 4th, the 50th, the Jubilee Day, starts on July 5th. I believe that we're probably going to skate through most of these things. If you're looking for a time period where most of this drama actually starts to amp up, I believe it's after that. The president, God himself,
After the prayer,
wants us to have a
hold on, that's important.
moment. It's crucial.
May 17th is the prayer. So after that, shit's going to get real.
That's right. And by the way, and it's why I did a coin here just the other day concerning the astronauts. In the midst of all of this, and every question that your people have, let me just say something. For the young people, I mean kids, 13, 14, even 8, 9, into their early 20s. When you talk about all this shit that we just talked about, And is it going to happen this? Is it going to be in that? And all that. That's very terrorizing. You're just getting started. You don't even understand everything. You're talking all that bullshit. You're scaring the living bejesus out of all these kids, and they don't have the lifetime of understanding. It's crucial. The kids need us not talking shit every second. Where's their future? Where's their hope? That's why we just went up and didn't do a fake. We did a real flyby on the moon. We're going out to pick up where we left off, where we didn't get stuff done before, and provide through all of these other things that we're doing as a people, as a country, a moment where these kids actually have a future to look forward to. And they're supposed to get to dream the dream that many of us had when I was growing up in the 50s and 60s.
All right, Juanito.
Give it back to them that was taken away from us. They need that in order to be able to have a sense of hope about what's coming.
But the first moon landing was fake.
Didn't go the way it was purported, though. It's true.
All right, Juanito. Thank you for joining me. We did it. We accomplished it. Still a little longer than I thought, but this is good enough. Stay with me 1 second.
Constitutional Republic, common law restored, U.S. Inc., maritime law dissolved, gold asset-backed global currency reset activated in 209 countries. 63 banks functioning on fiat currency have collapsed. $517 billion lost. Trump's global military alliance in a worldwide takedown of the satanic cabal, including rescuing thousands of children from deep state underground tunnels. Trump Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations. With gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery, Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income tax tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April the 7th, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launched for we the people. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Sunday, April 12, 2026, start of new financial era, and Saturday, April 18, 2026, possible. Friday, April 10th, 2026, breaking. We're getting close to the moment we've been waiting for. The final activation steps are anticipated to take place over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. The start of the new financial era, which has been quietly developed behind the scenes, could be announced by official notification at any time. Nasara Dasara QFS system on Telegram. Worldwide activation. The live phase of the reset is rapidly approaching. Financial authorities and central banks from various regions are coordinating to confirm the changeover in unison. The new quantum secured monetary system will start functioning publicly as soon as the switch is recognized. Access wallet. There will be detailed instructions on how to get into the QFS wallet. I'll be one of the first to access the updated digital assets by logging in. The rollout may include secure system alerts or encrypted app updates, but because of the thorough planning that has already been done, it should be easy. Resetting finances. The wallet interface will instantly display new currency values. Automatic adjustments may be made to debts, balances, or legacy accounts. The quantum ledger will log every update, guaranteeing total transparency and verifiability. Transaction records. Seamless transition. Every previous trial has been successful, A fully offline, error-free, quantum-safe transfer was one of the most recent test operations. It is anticipated that the transition will go smoothly and without major disruption because the infrastructure is stable and support teams are in place. Everything is in order. The structure is prepared. A historic change in global finance is just a few hours away, so make sure your notifications are turned on. EBS activation. Friday, April 10th. When the EBS activates, do not be afraid. Be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18th, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message, your phone, your television, your computer, all of them simultaneously. Mr. Poole on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane, not for an earthquake, for the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you, all of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour, but you will not panic because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel, every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular, every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you, and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Friday, April 10th, 2026 update. Get ready for military Jasara Nasara emergency broadcast system. EBS, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The world stands on the precipice of a dramatic shift. Whispered tales of a seismic event have culminated into a potent revelation. The military's training for the emergency broadcast system is set to unveil decades of veiled truths and obscured realities. The countdown to this unveiling marks the climax of human history as Jasara and Nasara come to fruition. This is the dress rehearsal for the grand revelation. The time has come to be in the know with precision. The event requires extensive testing and review of every detail. The complexity of revealing the truth globally means strict adherence to protocols. Everyone will be safely placed in their homes to witness the historical moment through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and review of all activities. Implications on national and global levels demand perfect alignment. This is the practice run to seek responses and accuracy for the changes that will transform humanity. The schedule is firm, but be ready to adjust. Only select few know the exact timing for security. The EBS will air an 8-hour presentation, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days of communication darkness. During this time, 7 trumpets, EBS text messages will alert patriots to tune in. Phones will only work for emergencies, and the military encrypted signal app, internet, and ATMs will be offline. Afterward, a new quantum internet connects. Stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, water, cash, and essentials. Prepare kits and plans as urged. Generators and supplies are recommended for the Great Awakening. Starlink's internet arrives by month end. Coordinating teams are revamping the EBS for utmost security. Remain patient. No interference is allowed. No panic, as it is the release of suppressed truth. After the 10 days of blackout and presentations, life changes forever. The life support of old evil systems is pulled. Humanity moves to quantum reality of peace and prosperity. End of enslavement, old systems dismantled and replaced. New gold-backed USN currency brings freedom. Alert loved ones now to absorb the shock. The unseen battle between deep state and white hats rages. Deep state puppet masters face defeat. White hats wage war from within to restore freedom. Martial law protects during transition. Stay calm when EBS activates. The second revolution is underway. Great Awakening accelerates. Global collapsing with mass arrests and quantum system activating. White hats in control. President Trump leads to deliver Jasara Nasara benefits, debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and healing tech. Prepare for revelation shaking the world. EBS guides to light. Jassara Nasara unlock prosperity and peace. Share to wake the masses. Future bright for patriots. Global Currency Reset, Thursday, April 9th, 2026, and Thursday, April 9th for Bruce the Big Call. The Big Call Universe. A person working with the Redemption Center was told to stay not, go out of state, and stay up to 17 days after exchanges start. A source said Tier 4B notification were pending for Tuesday, April 14th, but Wednesday the 15th was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday, April 14th or Wednesday, April 15th with exchanges, Wednesday, April 15th or Thursday, April 16th. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 14th, 15th, 16th of April. Last Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who have to sign an NDA. There were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich, and the Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday, April 11th and Wednesday, April 15th. Friday, April 10th, U.S. Treasury holdings, over $2.3 trillion in off-ledger assets have been quietly positioned through the U.S. Treasury since 2018. It is stored across strategic reserves in Texas, Nevada, Colorado, and Alaska. Internal documents link these holdings to the ISO 20022 transition framework. Global Military Alliance, Friday, April 10th. Earth Alliance war active now. U.S. military raids, global underground bases and bioweapon labs, seizes free energy tech. Iran tunnels collapse, final disclosure next. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Right now, the Earth Alliance is running active military operations across multiple continents to complete the takedown of the global cabal. White Hat forces in the U.S. military, Space Force, and allied special units are raiding vast underground tunnel networks, seizing bioweapon labs, and shutting down human trafficking pipelines that funded the old evil power structure. These operations directly empower Donald Trump's America First agenda by removing the hidden infrastructure that assaulted American sovereignty for decades. High-level sources confirm raids on ancient tunnel systems in the Middle East, repurposed by cabal assets in Iran. U.S. and allied forces are liberating thousands of trafficked children and victims while capturing exotic technologies. Extreme depth earthquakes from USGS mark the underground battles against deep state holdouts and negative elements. Positive inner earth forces aid in clearing portals and advanced weapons aimed at the people. Trump's team coordinates strikes via secure channels to dismantle cabal financial nodes tied to energy suppression. Every raid seizes black project assets, promising lower costs and innovation explosion for patriots. During March and April 2026, the alliance intensified tunnel clearances. Mass arrests are on track with EBS prepared for full disclosure activation. The quantum financial system activates gold-backed transactions replacing fiat slavery. Nasara Jassara triggers debt jubilees and prosperity releases from seized assets across 209 nations, restoring sovereignty to Americans first. The Earth Alliance controls stargates, and Iran Ops secured the final node for non-human intelligence disclosure. Trump prepares to release UFO data and suppress tech linked to free energy. Space Force protects from orbit as benevolent craft counter threats. Bases in Antarctica, Moon, and Mars are being liberated from the Dark Fleet. Cabal figures beg for deals, but face full accountability. Free energy prototypes test successfully set to create high-wage jobs and smash monopolies. Trafficking pipelines and bioweapon sites face permanent destruction. Citizens reclaim resources and security. President Trump directs strategy with White Hat briefings. Deep state countermoves fail as earthquakes signal ongoing victories. White Hat coalitions advance under American leadership. The cabal falls as free energy, prosperity, and the Great Awakening bring total victory to the Republic. Patriots, the storm is here, and the deep state is finished forever. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, April 10th. Trump victory. Strait of Hormuz opens after ceasefire as Global Alliance crushes Cabal and prepares EBS activation. 107 on Telegram. The Strait of Hormuz is now fully open. Iran's deputy foreign minister declared the critical waterway secure and ready for safe passage of vessels. Reopening it was President Donald J. Trump's key demand in the ceasefire, marking a massive win against deep state warmongers pushing for endless conflict. The truce remains fragile, with some early disputes over Lebanon, but Vice President J.D. Vance leads negotiations confidently. He called the initial choppiness normal in any ceasefire. Lasting peace talks begin this weekend in Pakistan. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. With the U.S. corporation dissolved, President Trump restored American sovereignty under the original Constitution. As commander of the Global Military Alliance, he authorized the final takedown of the satanic deep state cabal worldwide. Worldwide EBS activation approaches with martial law, 10 to 12-day lockdowns, and mass arrests of elite child traffickers and traitors. Truth will flood every screen exposing their crimes against humanity. White hat special forces heroically wrest finance and wars for centuries to impose their one world order. Their dark empire ends now. The global currency reset has activated across 209 nations with gold-backed currencies. Nasara and Jassara deliver debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and the end of fiat debt slavery. The quantum financial system comes online fully. Friday, April 10th, 2026, a hacker group calling itself Anonymous for Justice says it hacked Israeli databases, laboratories, and weapons schematics. The hidden truth on Telegram. The group also published large files containing documents and photos, claiming they belong to Israeli officers and scientists. The scientists were working on technologies so sophisticated that the world had never witnessed their like before. Inside the compromised Mossad database, you can also find detailed agendas outlining projected global scenarios for the next 50 years, including wars, economic crises, and strategic tools designed to shape world events.
Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm. Trump springs the ultimate trap on Iran as fake mega traders fall for the deception and shocking emergency broadcast. In a powerful emergency broadcast on April 10, 2026, Michael Jocko and Sheila Holm broke down the stunning developments as President Trump executes a masterful plan against the Iranian regime. The stock market is exploding upward in approval of his peace initiatives, with massive gains yesterday and more expected tomorrow as shorts get squeezed hard. Silver and gold are surging, pointing to even greater prosperity ahead under his leadership. Trump, the unparalleled deal-maker, has forced Iran to the negotiating table for the first time in nearly 5 decades. With IRGC leadership taken out, the regime is fracturing into dozens of rival groups that cannot coordinate effectively. While a peaceful deal remains possible, the path may lead to decisive ground action, potentially launching from strategic positions in Iraq, where American might stands ready to strike swiftly. The broadcast exposed how infiltrators within the MAGA movement are revealing their true allegiances. Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and Marjorie Taylor Greene have launched vicious attacks on President Trump, going full opposition despite his incredible accomplishments. These individuals, long suspected of being planted to sow division, are now showing their colors as the Great Awakening accelerates. Critical thinking patriots are rejecting their lies and standing stronger than ever with Trump. Sheila Holm provided crucial insights into the Taqiyya, the Islamic doctrine commanding Muslims to deceive non-believers in order to advance jihad in Islam. This explains the constant betrayals and false narratives pushed by regime elements and their supporters embedded in America. Statistics are staggering, with Muslims responsible for over 90% of terror acts worldwide since 9/11s, and zakat funds openly supporting terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Taliban, dangerous offspring of Iranian regime leaders who enjoyed luxury lives in places like Los Angeles and Texas while their people suffered, are now being rounded up by ICE and deported en masse. Their psychopathic behaviors, including stalking, abuse, and threats, and confirm they are every bit as dangerous as their relatives abroad. America is purging these threats, refusing to allow them to turn a nation into a slave state under Sharia control. Drawing deep biblical parallels, President Trump embodies the spirit of King Cyrus, who historically liberated Persia and freed captives. Persians, many of whom are secret believers forced to outwardly conform, are seeing hope for freedom. Historic peace agreements, including between Armenia and Azerbaijan, signal the breaking of ancient cycles of conflict. Divine timing with Passover and resurrection themes in early April underscores the spiritual battle reaching its climax. Signs of providence continue to manifest as the deep state crumbles globally. Top generals and officials are being removed in China and other nations, exposing interconnected networks that once seemed untouchable. Military operations demonstrate precision and overwhelming success, rescuing assets while minimizing risks despite leaks by traitors now facing justice. Millennium Trump boldly declared that the Jeffrey Epstein nightmare must end today, calling out the full network of enablers and demanding congressional action. The elite sick operations are being dismantled, and full exposure is imminent. Meanwhile, Congress proves utterly useless, failing basic duties as states step up independently to secure elections and borders.
What we think we know as of Saturday, April 11th, 2026. Friday, April 10th, 2026. The Clintons had full control over the contracts for anyone getting involved in the Haitian recovery efforts. These efforts also included Haitian elections. The Clintons implemented Smartmatic into Haitian politics after the 2010 earthquake. This is the beginning of the global operation to install these manipulative backdoor implemented electronic voting machines worldwide to steal elections and install the candidate of their choice. This is the election fraud cartel, and it's inside. Friday, April 10th, 2026. Bombshell alert. Governor Ron DeSantis warns alliance with UK at risk. They've changed their country. We cannot follow. A shock statement that hits the core of the transatlantic alliance. Friday, April the 10th, 2026, the FBI caught staging J6, a secret 2020 war game. Shows 274 undercover agents rehearsed mass prosecutions of patriots months before it happened. This was a deep state setup to frame Americans to bury the stolen election. This is treason. Charlie Ward and Friends on Telegram. Friday, April 10th, 2026, Trump, Iran, and NATO. And we have a link. Now they're begging to talk. Glenn Beck's dream. Was Glenn's dream actually a vision for our future? And Friday, April 10th, JAG arrests Obama's Secretary of Energy, who sold us nuclear secrets to China. Sold U.S. Well, we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Illuminati members list in 2013: Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, Cypress Hill, Chris Brown, Drake, Celine Dion, Halle Berry, Eminem, Rick Boss, TB, Joshua, Charlie Boy, Tonto, DK, Davido, WizKid, P-Square Twins, Britney Spears, Aaliyah, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce Knowles, Alicia Keys, David Bowie, Madonna, Paris Hilton, Barack Obama, Aretha Franklin, Bob Marley, Angelina Jolie, Jim Carrey, Bob Dylan, David Bowie, late Michael Jackson, who eventually turned against them, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Marilyn Manson, Lady Gaga, Lil Wayne, late Tupac Shakur, who death, Nas, Rihanna, P. Diddy, Wiz Khalifa, late Whitney Houston killed after she turns against them, T-Pain, Kim Kardashian, and other popular music stars not mentioned here. Famous people who are alleged member of the Illuminati, both past and present: William F. Buckley Jr., George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Al Gore, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon, Lyndon B. Johnson, Ted Kennedy, Henry Kissinger, Mikhail Gorbachev, Guy de Rothschild, John D. Rockefeller, Mary Astor, Clifford DuPont, Andrew Mellon, W. Mellon, Dick Cheney, Robert Colin Boyd, Chris Christopherson, Boxcar Willie, Bob Hope, Elizabeth II, Queen of Great Britain, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, Charles, Prince of Wales, Prince Andrew, Duke of York, Princess Anne, Duchess of Calabria, Winston Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, Alan Greenspan, Ben Bernanke. Keep in mind that while most of the people on the above list are believed to be members of the Illuminati, some of them are alleged members. Possible timing: on Monday, April 6th, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations, with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs, and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7th, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished, prosperity funds launched for We the People. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. Thursday, April 9th, breaking. Iran strikes reveal direct undersea super tunnel to U.S. soil. Project out in martial law and telegram. President Trump safe in the secure White Hat command bunker. Just watch the impossible happen live. The precision strikes on Iran triggered the master tunnel map to explode with a new glowing red line, a 5,000-mile undersea super tunnel running straight from Iranian deep state bunkers into hidden U.S. coastal domes along California and Florida. U.S. Army forces under Trump's direct command are already inside both ends, raiding live as we speak. Temporary martial law is now expanded to full coastal lockdown to protect the rescue ops. Thursday, April 9th, QFS NESARA DESARA has been activated. What is NESARA? National Economic Security and Reform Act. What is JSARA? Global Economic Security and Reform Act. What does NESARA do? Each country maintains their sovereignty. You as a person maintain your sovereignty. Yes, you own your stuff. Land, home, cars. Each country has their own sovereign physical and digital currency that is backed by precious metals. Utility-backed currency with values, not as with the corrupt fiat system. Each country worships as they pleases. Each country governs itself independently. Currencies worldwide, digital, physical, are placed on a level playing field that brings fairness to the world trade markets, all backed by precious metals. Society will not be entirely cashless. Rather, all currencies, physical or digital, will be backed with tangible precious metals. This is the reason why we are currently witnessing a steady collapse of the central banking system worldwide, as the decentralized financial market system revolution continues. Over $106 billion, 106 billions, are in circulation payments to all citizens. These funds are obtainable through your Q phones. The hour has arrived. We all prayed for this day. Obtain and configure your quantum phones. QFS NESARA DESARA has been activated. The greatest wealth transfer in the history of humanity is here. Apply for your NESARA DESARA sovereign wealth funds today. The green light is already given. Most will hear about this later. A few will see it first. Enter the official Tier 4B ISO 20022 now. Looks like a Telegram channel. And Thursday, April 9th, Bruce the Big Call. A person working with a redemption center was told to not go out of state and stay up to 17 days after exchanges start. A source said Tier 4B notification were pending for Tuesday, 14th of April, but Wednesday, April 15th was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday, April 14th or Wednesday, April 15th with exchanges, Wednesday, April 15th or Thursday, April 16th. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 14th, 15th, and 16th of April. Last Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who had to sign an NDA. And there were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich, and Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday April 9th, 2026, after a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election. A forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systematic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified," Edwards noted on Telegram. Thursday, April 9th, 2026, 5 hospice fraudsters arrested in Gavin Newsom's California for $267 million scheme purchasing out-of-state identities off the dark web, then billing taxpayers. The fraud in California is off the chart under Governor Newsom's watch. Thursday, April 9th, Glenn Beck revealed he has documents showing a deliberate plan by Muslims in America, noting that New York City mosques grew from 84 in 2001 to over 400 today. Yet Muslims still block streets and public parks for prayers. He said that Muslim Brotherhood took over many mosques, exploiting America's charitable nature, and that Americans were asked for help while a clear plan to expand influence was being laid out, fully documented in the materials he possesses. We got to get rid of these extreme Muslim Brotherhood people. This stuff is not compatible at all with who we are, our laws, our Constitution, our religion. I mean, it's not compatible. And it's actually, the religion itself, they commit crimes against humanity. They stone women and they throw homosexual people off bridges. And I mean, I don't understand how we're tolerating this. This is a very dangerous situation. They're trying to invade us from within. Thursday, April 9th, breaking special report, the 2028 strategy, how the system is reorganizing to stop Vance and recapture Trump's America. A strategy already in motion. Thursday, April 9th, shadow government. Obama accused of secret NATO-backed channel as Trump resets America's global role. Allegations of a parallel diplomatic network. Thursday, April 9th, breaking. Whistleblowers shocking revelation and lover outside his Martha's Vineyard estate. April 9th, breaking. U.S. debt clock. Recaptured ownership. The system they built versus the America they fear. Who really owns America? The question that changes everything. AMG News. Thursday, April 9th, Code Black. From the War Room, Deep State leak exposes why they had to eliminate General Flynn. We have it all. Wasn't a threat, it was a death sentence for their secrets.
Good morning. It's Friday. It's the 10th of April, 2026. The end of another week, and a very interesting week it's been. Everything that's happening right now is to distract from the collapse of the old financial system, the old US dollar, the euro, and the pound. There are those countries that are already ahead of the game. but we're watching the complete dismantling of an old system. What's happening at the moment in Israel, Iran, Lebanon is all part of the distraction. It's very interesting when you dig deep into what's actually happening, because in the movie, it's very, very distressing. And my heart goes out to the people of Lebanon because they're getting hit very, very hard by Israel at the moment. And we have friends in the Lebanon, and they're telling us exactly what's going on. They are getting hit very hard by Israel. And they were hit within 2 hours of the ceasefire being announced. And then Israel was like, no, we didn't want to include the Lebanon. We wanted to hit them. And this just shows what a rogue group of people they are. They've gone completely rogue, and now we're in a very difficult position because America has to detach itself. And America has detached itself, but the United States is still attached to Israel. Listen to what I've just said. The United States is still attached to Israel, but America is detached already. But we're watching the complete collapse of the United States corporation, along with Israel, who are a complete rogue nation, whether you like them or not. The way that they go about their business, where they believe they're better than everybody else in the world and nobody else matters, and there's no law that sits above them. Allegedly. This is all being exposed. This is all part of the exposure. And they, of course, they've controlled the money. They used to print it. So we're watching the complete collapse of the old system. There's a lot of people out there who are turning on Trump at the moment. But Trump had to infiltrate them to find out what they were doing. He's not their friend. He's just pretending to be, and has been pretending to be for a while now in the movie, to expose them. That's how you do it. This is fifth generation warfare. This is the art of war. We're going through a difficult period. And don't jump too soon because of what you're seeing. There's so much going on right now. You're watching a movie. You're watching a pantomime. You've been told 1,000 times. Be very careful, because what you're seeing a lot of the time is not exactly what's happening. This is the art of war. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, following on from that, Charlie, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's long-running corruption trial is set to resume on Sunday, following a pause due to the emergency measures during the recent conflict with Iran. The trial, which began in 2020, involves charges including bribery, fraud, and breach of trust, all of which Netanyahu denies. The outcome remains closely watched by both in Israel and internationally.
It's a very interesting case because during this trial, there has been lawyers that have, in their own language, been unalived, assassinated, removed, whatever. They tend to try and use nice language like unalived. But in the end, the truth will always come out. I had no idea at the start of this journey how much they would fight to hang on to power. I knew that they'd be taken down. I knew that the end game happened 3 years ago, and they were taken down. But boy, oh boy, didn't they put up a fight. They put up one hell of a fight, and they still are. But don't get distracted. Also, it's very interesting that Iran has now decided to cancel all communications with the US and with Israel because they cannot be trusted. The one thing with the Iranians, whether you like them or not, if they say they're going to do something, they do it. With the Americans, as in the United States of America, they cannot be trusted. Israel can definitely not be trusted. These are very testing times. And when Iran says we're not going to talk anymore, it's because they've tried many times and failed. And as I pointed out yesterday, the price of fuel in Iran is so cheap compared to our prices of fuel. It's no wonder that Israel and America are trying to knock the doors down and take control of that place. No wonder at all. Under the guise that they've got nuclear weapons from two countries that actually do have nuclear weapons. Allegedly. They're telling them they can't. Really? Wakey, wakey.
Thursday, April 9th, 3 meetings took place in the last 72 hours that no camera recorded. Charlie Ward and Friends on Telegram. The first, a room beneath the Pentagon. No phones, no aides. Only 7 men in a decision that will reshape the Middle East before Friday. The second, a private jet, tail number blocked, departed Zurich at 3:17 a.m., landed at Joint Air Base Andrews. The passenger has not been seen in public since 2019. You were told he was dead. The third, Camp David, not the official visit the press was briefed on. The other meeting, the one with no guest list, the one where the new financial architecture was signed into law before the ink on the ceasefire was dry. Trump did not pause the strikes because of diplomacy. He paused them because the mission was already complete. The 5-day window is not for negotiations, it's for extraction. 14 high-value targets are being moved from 6 countries to a single location, a location the public will learn about soon enough. The war you saw on television is ending. The war you were never shown is entering its final phase. The deals are signed, the gold has moved, the names are sealed.